Section 1. The Yellow World. There is a town you already know. You have known it your entire life, even if you have never consciously stopped to think about it that way. You have visited it hundreds of times, probably more, probably far more than you could accurately count if someone asked you to try. You have sat on the couch with the lights turned low and the volume set to just the right level for the time of evening. And you have watched the same family make their way through their lives in the same house, on the same street, in the same impossible little town. And something about it has always felt like coming home. The town is called Springfield. The family is called the Simpsons. And tonight, for as long as you want to stay, we are going to spend time inside that world, not rushing through it, not trying to solve everything before the credits roll or answer every question before morning comes. Just drifting through it, slowly and gently, the way you drift through a dream you already half remember, turning the details over in your hands, holding them up to the light, noticing things you may have seen 100 times without ever quite noticing them before. Because here's the thing about Springfield that most people never really stop to sit with. It is one of the strangest places that has ever existed in the history of storytelling. Not strange the way a fairy tale is strange, with its obvious magical logic and its distant kingdoms and its explicitly supernatural rules. Not strange the way science fiction is strange, with its clearly labeled departures from the world we know. Strange in a quieter way. Stranger in some respects, because everything about it is constructed to look almost normal, almost familiar, almost exactly like somewhere you might recognize. A little house with a little yard, a family with a mother and a father and 3 children and a dog, a nuclear power plant visible on the edge of town, a school where children go, a bar where adults go, a church where people sit on Sundays and think about whether they are doing enough with the one life they have been given. The rhythms of a recognizable American life. Repeated week after week, season after season, decade after decade. And yet, the fish in the river near the power plant have 3 eyes. The children in this town have 4 fingers on each hand. Not 5. 4? The thumb and 3 fingers. The same man has worked at the same power plant for 36 years without the plant blowing up, without being meaningfully disciplined, without gaining so much as a single new wrinkle on his face. Nobody in Springfield has aged a single day. Not in 36 years. Not across 788 episodes and 36 seasons and more than 3 decades of American television history. You have been watching Bart Simpson be 10 years old since December 1989. You have been watching Lisa carry her saxophone and her enormous heart and her equally enormous loneliness at 8 years old since December 1989. You have been watching Maggie suck on her pacifier since December 1989. Homer and Marge are still in their mid-30s. The entire town is still exactly as it was on the night the show first aired. 36 years of the world turning around them. 36 years of history and technology and culture and politics and everything else shifting and evolving and moving forward with the relentless momentum that time has. And Springfield has just stood there, still, unchanged, humming quietly to itself in the dark, as if someone pressed pause in 1989 and simply never pressed play again. Most people accept this without much examination. Most people sit down, they watch the show, they laugh at the jokes, and feel the warmth of the familiar, and they never really look too hard at the strangeness underneath. And that is absolutely fine. That is the natural and reasonable way to enjoy something that has been a source of comfort and entertainment for decades. The show has earned that kind of casual intimacy, but some people looked closer. Some people sat down with the full archive of the thing, all 36 seasons and all the callbacks and all the contradictions and all the buried storylines and all the unexplained details that accumulate in any piece of storytelling this long. And they started pulling at the threads carefully, patiently, following the logic wherever it led, even when it led somewhere strange, even when the destination was considerably darker than the surface of the show would suggest. And what they found underneath the jokes, underneath the familiar opening credits and the couch gag and the yellow faces and the four fingers and the theme song you have heard so many times it has become part of your basic mental furniture, was something far stranger and far more beautiful than anything the show has ever said out loud. They found theories. Not the wild, unanchored kind of theories that fall apart the moment you apply any scrutiny. Not the kind that depend on ignoring contradicting evidence or accepting enormous logical leaps. Carefully constructed, deeply evidenced, internally consistent frameworks that take the entire accumulated weight of 36 years of storytelling and use it to tell a completely different story. A story about a contaminated town and a man who has been sleeping for decades, and a baby who knows everything, and a billionaire who genuinely cannot die, and a shooting that was never really solved. Tonight we are going through all of it, slowly and gently, the way you would want to read a long book on a quiet evening, without urgency, just following the thread of the story wherever it wants to take you. You can close your eyes. You can let the words come and go the way sounds come and go when you are drifting. You can stay with any one theory for as long as it interests you, and let the others blur past like the scenery outside a train window. Springfield will still be here. It always is. Let us start at the beginning. Not with a theory yet, not with a mystery yet, just with the town itself and the particular quality of strangeness that has been sitting right there in plain sight for 36 years, waiting for someone patient enough to look at it without flinching. Springfield, at first approach, has the bones of every American town you have ever encountered. It has a main street with a diner and a hardware store. It has a bowling alley. It has a baseball diamond and a park and a river running past the edge of things. It has the Quickie Mart on the corner, always open, always bathed in that particular fluorescent light that makes everything inside look slightly more real and slightly less real at the same time. It has the First Church of Springfield with its white steeple and its patient congregation. It has Moe's Tavern, which exists in a state of permanent late evening, always dim, always smelling of something you cannot quite place but would recognize immediately. It is familiar. It is comfortable in the specific way that only things you have known your whole life can be comfortable, not because they are ideal, but because they are simply, reliably present. You know where everything is. You know how it all fits together. You know the town the way you know a neighborhood you grew up in. And then you start noticing the details. The first detail is the color. The people of Springfield are yellow. Not a subtle warm tone, not a slightly golden complexion, but a full, saturated, unmistakable primary yellow that covers every resident of the town without exception. Every neighbor, every shopkeeper, every child, every adult, every patient at Springfield General Hospital, every patron at Moe's, every person who has ever walked through any door in this town. Yellow. All of them. And nobody has ever mentioned it. Not once in 36 years and 788 episodes has any character in Springfield looked down at their own skin and thought that something about it seemed unusual. The yellow is simply there, everywhere, on everyone, so thoroughly normalized that it has become invisible to the people wearing it. The second detail is the fingers. 4 of them on each hand. The thumb and 3 fingers, This is consistent across the entire population without exception, and it extends to the animals as well, adapted slightly for different anatomies but consistently present. And again, nobody has ever mentioned it. Nobody has ever counted. The third detail is the eyes. Large, round, somewhat protuberant eyes that sit on these faces with an urgency that, once you notice it, becomes very hard to stop noticing. There is something slightly insistent about the way the eyes of Springfield residents sit in their faces. Something that reads, once you have the radiation theory in your head, less like artistic exaggeration and more like a consistent, physical characteristic of a population with a shared environmental history. The hair of Springfield does things that hair does not do in the world outside the show. Marge Simpson's hair has been rising vertically from her head in a tower of blue since 1989, maintained in precisely the same configuration without any visible effort, defying the physical behavior of hair in ways that should probably concern someone. Bart's spikes have never moved. Homer's two hairs curve in their small, faithful arc every single morning. And beyond the physical, there is something about the way this town functions that consistently exceeds the rules that govern normal communities. Catastrophes happen and are thoroughly forgotten by the following week. Characters who should have experienced permanent consequences carry none. The same ancient billionaire has been running the same company for longer than any human being should be capable of running anything. The safety inspector at the nuclear power plant has, by the show's own accounting, an IQ of 55, and he has been the safety inspector for his entire adult life. These are not the results of writers forgetting what they wrote. These are patterns. Consistent, recurring, carefully embedded details that have been sitting in the fabric of this show for decades, accumulating meaning that nobody has been quite ready to look at directly. Tonight, we look at them directly. We start with a theory that connects the most threads, that explains the widest range of the show's internal strangeness, and that has been building its case since the very first season of the show. The theory about what is in the water, about what is in the air, about what happens to a town when it spends 3 decades living in the shadow of a nuclear power plant operated by a man who has never once experienced a moment of genuine accountability. The theory about what the plant has done to Springfield, but that is the next section. For now, just let the town settle around you. Let the familiar details arrange themselves in your mind. The yellow faces, the four fingers, the house on Evergreen Terrace with its particular shade of blue-gray siding. The power plant on the horizon, its cooling towers always there, always releasing their slow plume of steam into the sky above a town that has long since stopped looking up. There is something almost peaceful about it, isn't there? Something that feels like being held in a memory you did not know you had kept. Something that feels like being home. Stay with that for a moment. Let the town come to you. We have a long way to travel through it tonight, and there's no rush at all. If you are watching this, drop a comment with your time and your location. Tell us where in the world you're falling asleep to Springfield tonight. And if this is the kind of slow, deep drift you want to keep coming back to, subscribe so you are here for everything that follows. Section 2. The poison in the water picture. The Springfield nuclear power plant from above, the way a bird might see it, or the way someone watching from a window very high up and very far away might see it. Two enormous cooling towers side by side, their thick, rounded forms rising against whatever sky happens to be above Springfield in a given episode. Their pale concrete almost blending with the clouds on overcast days, their silhouettes unmistakable against any backdrop. Steam rises from each tower in a slow, continuous curl. The visual evidence of whatever processes are happening inside, whatever reactions are generating the power that keeps Springfield's lights on, and its refrigerators running, and its televisions playing. The river runs close by the facility, close enough that the distance between what leaks from the plant and what flows through the town's taps is, by any reasonable physical measurement, very short. The plant sits on the edge of Springfield like something that has always been there, like a geographic feature, like a hill. Nobody who has grown up in this town looks at it with fresh eyes anymore, because familiarity has the same relationship to strangeness that long use has to sharpness. The longer you live with something, the less you can see it. The people of Springfield do not see the plant. They look at it and see the background of their lives. The same way you stop seeing a building you drive past every day, the way it becomes part of the landscape before you have ever really registered it as an object with its own history and its own consequences. But we are going to see it tonight. We are going to stand in front of it and look at it clearly and follow the logic of what it is and what it has been doing for 36 years with a level of attention that no character in Springfield has ever managed to bring to it. The Springfield nuclear power plant, as established within the show's own canon, is a 2-unit pressurized water reactor facility owned and operated by Charles Montgomery Burns. It is the primary source of electrical power for the entire town. It is also, by any reasonable standard of measurement, one of the most dangerous industrial facilities in the history of fiction. In one episode, the plant receives a surprise safety inspection. Federal safety inspectors arrive unannounced, as they are supposed to do, and they conduct an audit of the facility's compliance with nuclear safety regulations. The results of that audit are staggering in a way that the show presents as comedy, but that, if you take the numbers seriously, represents something genuinely catastrophic. The plant has 342 safety violations. 342. Individually documented, specifically cataloged, separate and distinct violations of the federal standards that exist to prevent nuclear facilities from poisoning their surrounding communities. The estimated cost to bring the plant into compliance with those standards was $56 million. Charles Burns, who is a billionaire by any measure the show has ever offered, looked at this number and declined to spend it. Not because $56 million was beyond his means. Burns could have written that check without a meeting, without a pause, without any meaningful disruption to his wealth or his lifestyle. He declined because spending the money would require acknowledging that the violations existed, and acknowledging the violations existed would require acknowledging what those violations had already done to the people living downstream and downwind. The violations themselves are worth walking through slowly because they are not abstract. They are specific and they are vivid. Radioactive waste is being dumped directly into bodies of water near the facility. Not illegally disposed of in some distant location, not quietly buried somewhere remote, but actively deposited into the water sources that flow through Springfield. The river that runs past the plant. The groundwater that feeds the wells. The water supply that comes out of every tap in every house in this town. The show depicts this directly with glowing green barrels disappearing below the surface of water that Springfield residents drink. Radioactive waste has also been disposed of in a schoolyard, a children's playground, where children play, where the ground underfoot is contaminated in ways that no child and no parent has ever been formally informed about, where the equipment sits in soil that has been receiving this material for years. Inside the plant, plutonium has been used as a paperweight. Someone at the Springfield nuclear power plant determined that one of the most radioactive materials in human knowledge would make a convenient object for holding down papers on a desk, and no one objected to this determination. The cooling towers have cracked. In a nuclear facility, the cooling towers perform a critical function, managing the heat produced by the reactor and preventing the kind of catastrophic failure that turns a power plant into a public health emergency. When those towers develop structural failures, the responsible course of action involves immediate professional repair at significant expense. At the Springfield plant, the cracks were repaired with chewing gum. Someone found a piece of gum, chewed it to the appropriate consistency, pressed it into the cracks in the cooling tower, and filed this as a completed maintenance action. The facility has rats, not ordinary rats, luminous rats, rats that glow with a soft internal light, rats whose bodies have absorbed enough radioactive material from their environment that they emit visible radiation. These rats move through the walls and floors of the facility, through the ducts and the hidden passages of a building that processes nuclear material, and they are treated as ambient background, as simply part of what the plant is. And in the basement of this facility, there are human skeletons. The show mentions this in passing and moves immediately on. Human remains in the basement of an active nuclear power plant. Nobody asks who these people were. Nobody asks how they came to be there. Nobody asks whether the manner of their deaths might be relevant to an understanding of what this facility has been doing to the people working inside it and living around it. The bones are shown and forgotten in a single scene, and Springfield continues exactly as before. The person whose job it is to prevent all of this, the person whose professional title and whose legal responsibility is to ensure that this facility does not poison an entire town, is Homer Simpson. Homer Simpson, by the show's own accounting, has an IQ of 55. His creator, Matt Groening, has stated this number publicly. 55 is a number that, in clinical terms, sits at the boundary between mild intellectual disability and cognitive impairment, significant enough to affect nearly every aspect of daily functioning. Homer is not simply a man who makes poor decisions in the specific way that cartoon characters make poor decisions for comedic effect. He is a man with documented, measurable, specific cognitive limitations that have been established within the show's own internal world as part of his character. Season 12 of the show reveals that Homer has had a crayon lodged in his brain since childhood. An actual crayon. A piece of wax-based writing implement pushed up through a nostril and lodged in the frontal lobe, where it has been exerting pressure on the tissue responsible for higher cognitive function for decades. When the crayon is removed, Homer's intelligence increases dramatically. He becomes articulate, perceptive, capable of genuine analysis and understanding. He is, in the crayon-free version of himself, genuinely intelligent, and he chooses explicitly and deliberately to have the crayon put back. Because the world seen clearly is too much to live with, we will return to the crayon. The crayon matters in ways that extend far beyond this single episode. But for now, the point is this. The safety inspector standing between Springfield and radioactive catastrophe falls asleep at his workstation with regular consistency. He eats donuts during meltdown warnings, not as an exaggeration for comic effect, but as established character behavior across dozens of episodes. He once, in an episode the show treats as light comedy, threw a donut into an active reactor core to see if it would grow larger from the radiation. He has been in this role for 36 years, 342 violations, a safety inspector with an IQ of 55 and a crayon in his brain, chewing gum on the cooling towers, glowing rats in the walls. This is the facility that provides electricity to every home in Springfield. Now, here is where the theory acquires its teeth. Here is where it stops being an interesting observation about the show's satirical targets and becomes something that asks to be taken seriously as a reading of what is actually happening in Springfield's internal universe. The first visible evidence of contamination appears early. Season 2. A fish is caught in the river near the power plant. The fish has three eyes. Not one extra eye, not a slight ocular anomaly, but a fully formed, fully functional third eye growing from the center of its forehead. A three-eyed fish pulled from water that runs alongside a facility with 342 safety violations, at least half of which involve the direct contamination of local water sources. The fish is named Blinky. Blinky becomes, briefly, a national news story within the show. A gubernatorial candidate uses Blinky as evidence that Burns is poisoning Springfield's environment. Burns is compelled to eat the fish on live television as a demonstration of its harmlessness. He takes a bite. He smiles for the cameras. The town watches with mild disgust and then, as Springfield always does, moves on. No follow-up water testing, no environmental assessment, no inquiry into whether the three-eyed fish represents a singular anomaly or the most visible indicator of widespread contamination. No one asked the question that should be hanging in the air above this river like a storm front. If the fish have three eyes, what is happening to the people who have been drinking from the same water source for decades? The question is never asked, but the show answers it anyway, across 36 seasons of accumulated detail that builds toward a conclusion. It is never stated directly. Look at Homer Simpson as a physical specimen within the show's own world. His skull does not conform to normal human cranial structure, and this is something you can observe through careful examination of how the show draws him compared to how it draws characters who come from outside Springfield. His eyes protrude from their sockets with an urgency that exceeds standard human ocular anatomy. His overbite is significant. His IQ is 55 with a crayon in his brain. His body can absorb punishment that would kill a normal human being multiple times over. He has been shot. He has been electrocuted. He has fallen from structures that should have killed him, been struck by vehicles that should have killed him, survived explosions at ranges that should have killed him. He heals from all of it. Not gradually and painfully the way real humans heal from serious trauma, but quickly and thoroughly, as if his biology has developed some adaptation to damage that ordinary human biology does not possess. His healing rate is extraordinary. His pain tolerance is essentially unlimited. His physical resilience is, within the context of the show's universe, something that goes well beyond what the standard rules of cartoon physics can account for. Look at Marge. The same bulging eyes, the same four fingers, hair that has been rising in a vertical tower from her head for 36 years without any visible maintenance effort. In defiance not just of normal hair behavior, but of the basic physics of how gravity and mass interact. Marge was herself employed at the plant during one period of the show's run. She worked in the facility, breathed its air, moved through its spaces, was exposed to whatever the plant was generating in the way of ambient radiation. And her children, all three of them, were conceived and born in Springfield to parents who had already been absorbing the town's contaminated environment for years before any of them arrived. Bart, Lisa, Maggie. Born in this town, raised in this town, drinking its water and breathing its air and living in the shadow of those cracked cooling towers every day of their lives. And every single one of them displays the physical characteristics that define the Springfield population. The spikes that maintain their shape, the overbites, the eyes, the four fingers, the yellow skin. Features that are within the logic of the show, universal among people who live inside Springfield, and absent among people who come from outside it. This last point is worth sitting with carefully because it is the detail that shifts the radiation theory from interesting to genuinely compelling. When characters visit Springfield from outside, they look different. Not a little different. Not the same basic cartoon anatomy with minor stylistic variations. Fundamentally different. Guest characters, celebrity appearances, visitors from other towns and countries, all consistently drawn with more naturalistic proportions, with eyes that sit more normally in the face, with features that more closely approximate actual human anatomy. The show draws outsiders differently from insiders, and it has been doing this consistently and without exception since its earliest seasons. The production explanation for this is that the show's regular cast is drawn in the show's established art style, and guests are drawn with slightly more realistic proportions because they come from outside that stylistic universe. This explanation is correct on the level of animation production. But within the internal logic of the show's universe, what this means is that there is a visible, observable, consistent difference between people who live in Springfield and people who do not. The insiders have the yellow skin, the four fingers, the bulging eyes, the unusual proportions. The outsiders look like what they represent. People from outside Springfield look more like normal human beings. People inside Springfield look like what, under the radiation theory, they are. The residents of a contaminated zone, displaying the physical markers of chronic radiation exposure across generations. The animals reinforce this. Santa's little helper, the family dog, has the same bulging eyes as his owners. The same deviation from normal canine anatomy that marks the human residents of Springfield marks their pet as well. Blinky has 3 eyes. The luminous rats glow. The show has shown you directly through the fish that the radiation from the plant is producing mutations in the local wildlife. It is pointed at the 3-eyed fish and said explicitly through the narrative, this is what the contamination is doing to living organisms in this environment, and it expects you to believe that the same radiation has had no effect on the humans drinking from the same water. Burns knows. This is the element of the radiation theory that transforms it from a clever fan reading into something that demands to be taken seriously within the show's own ethical universe. Burns is not an oblivious man. He is, by any reasonable assessment, the most intelligent character in Springfield. He runs a multi-billion-dollar corporation with sustained strategic intelligence. He manipulates municipal politics with the ease of someone who has been doing it for a very long time, which he has. He understands science, finance, law, and medicine at a level that nobody else in Springfield can approach. And he has a personal, intimate, professionally informed relationship with radiation, because radiation is what keeps him alive. The Springfield Files, the X-Files crossover episode from Season 8, reveals that Burns undergoes weekly medical treatments that are so intensive, so saturated with experimental chemicals and radiation therapy, that they cause his entire body to emit a visible green glow. After each session, Burns wanders out of the treatment facility in a dazed and euphoric state, his body literally luminescent, stumbling through the woods near Springfield like something from a science fiction film. The treatments keep him alive for exactly 1 week. Without them, he dies within days. The margin for error is 0. Miss one appointment and the equilibrium that keeps Burns functional collapses. Burns is not surviving through natural biological processes. He is being maintained through a recurring medical intervention that must be administered with the precision of a pharmaceutical schedule. And that intervention involves controlled exposure to radiation. The man who owns the plant that is poisoning Springfield requires radiation to survive. He understands what radiation does to biological systems because radiation is performing biological functions in his own body that his natural biology can no longer perform on its own. He knows what chronic radiation exposure does to living organisms because he is a living organism being sustained by that exposure on a weekly schedule. He knows exactly what his plant is doing to Springfield. He has always known, and he has chosen consistently and deliberately to continue doing it because Springfield's contamination serves his purposes in ways that the show makes explicit across multiple episodes. The German investors episode is perhaps the clearest illustration. When German buyers temporarily purchase the plant, the first thing they do, before anything else, before fully understanding what they have bought, is fire Homer. The second thing they do is commission a comprehensive safety assessment, which produces a compliance estimate so large that it nearly bankrupts the purchasing group before they have even had time to enjoy their new acquisition. They sell it back to Burns at a loss. Burns repurchases it immediately and rehires Homer before he is fully unpacked from whatever he was doing in the interim. A competent safety inspector would require the plant to address its violations. Addressing the violations would cost $56 million and require acknowledging decades of environmental harm. Acknowledging the harm would create legal exposure that even Burns's resources might not fully contain. Homer ensures that none of this ever happens, not through malice, not through corrupt intent, but simply through being exactly the person he is. Homer does not shut the plant down. Homer does not see the violations clearly enough to report them. Homer has never, in 36 years, looked at his workplace and understood what it represents. And the crayon in his brain returns here as something more troubling than a sight gag. Homer grew up in Springfield. He went to school there. He received medical care from Springfield's doctors throughout his childhood, his adolescence, his entire adult life. At no point did any of these medical professionals detect a foreign object pressing against his frontal lobe and suppressing his cognitive function. Either every doctor in Springfield is operating at a level of incompetence that strains credulity, or someone in Springfield's medical establishment knew the crayon was there and made a deliberate choice not to remove it. If Burns's influence extends into the healthcare infrastructure of the town he effectively owns, and the show establishes across many episodes that Burns's influence extends into essentially every institutional function of Springfield, then the question of whether Homer's compromised cognition is being deliberately maintained is not a paranoid reading. It is the logical conclusion of following the show's own established facts about Burns's reach and Burns's motivations. Homer is not cognitively impaired by accident. Homer is cognitively impaired because a cognitively impaired Homer is useful to the system that has arranged everything else in this town to serve its own perpetuation. A Homer who understood his situation clearly would not be at the plant. A Homer who connected the dots between his mother's exile, Burns's grudge, his father's deal, and his own employment would not still be sitting in Sector 7G. A Homer with the crayon out and the radiation theory in his head would be a different kind of problem entirely. So the crayon stays in. The radiation keeps leaking. The water stays poisoned. And Springfield stays exactly as it is, which is to say, a contamination zone masquerading as a quirky American town, populated by residents too damaged by the contamination to understand that they are damaged. Maintained in that state by a man who has spent over a century ensuring that nobody with the capacity to change things ever gets close enough to the truth to try. The radiation theory does not explain one mystery about Springfield. It explains everything: why nobody ages. The mutations have altered their biology in ways that affect normal aging processes. Why Homer survives what should be fatal. His body has adapted to radiation exposure in ways that make him nearly indestructible at the cost of cognitive function. Why the town forgets catastrophes. The same contamination that mutated their bodies has compromised the memory function of the entire population, producing a community-wide inability to retain the knowledge of its own suffering long enough to do anything about it. Why the fish have three eyes. Why the pets have the same eyes as their owners. Why every visitor from outside looks different from every resident inside. It is all the same answer. It is all the same leaking reactor, the same cracked cooling towers, the same green barrels going into the same river, the same $56 million that Burns refused to spend. The power plant is not part of Springfield's story. The power plant is what created Springfield's story. Every yellow face, every four-fingered hand, every miraculous recovery, every forgotten disaster, every reset. Every time the show moves on from something that should have permanently altered the town's reality and nobody remembers it by the following week, all of it traces back to those cooling towers. All of it. Let that sink down into whatever part of your mind is still awake enough to receive it. Let the image of the plant settle there, quiet and permanent, the way it settles on the horizon of Springfield. The steam rising. The green glow in the water below, just barely visible if you know where to look. And nobody looking. Nobody ever looking. Section 3. The sleeping man. Now hold the radiation theory gently, the way you hold a thought you want to keep while you reach for another one. We are going to set it aside for a moment. Not put it down entirely, just move it to the side so we have room for something else. Something that is going to reframe everything you just heard. Because there is a second theory about Springfield, one that exists alongside the radiation theory rather than contradicting it. One that uses different evidence and different logic and arrives at a conclusion that is in some ways even more quietly devastating than a contaminated town. A theory that was proposed by a single person on the internet some years ago and has since become one of the most discussed and most deeply felt fan readings of any long-running television show that has ever aired. It is called the Homer Coma Theory, and the central claim of it is this: Homer Simpson has been in a coma since April of 1993. Every episode that has aired since that date, every storyline and every character development, and every impossible event and every celebrity guest appearance, and every couch gag and every moment of joy and grief and comedy that the show has offered its audience across 32 years of post-1993 television is a dream. It is the internal experience of a man lying unconscious in a hospital bed in Springfield General Hospital, his body unmoving, his brain generating a continuous simulation of the life he loves too much to lose. Episode after episode, season after season, year after year. The dream has been running for 32 years. It is still running. Let us go carefully through the evidence because the evidence is what makes this theory more than a clever conceit. The evidence is what makes it haunt you. The episode in question aired on April 1st, 1993. This date is not incidental. April Fool's Day, the show or the universe or whatever you choose to attribute this particular irony to, arranged for the episode that may have ended Homer's conscious life to air on the day dedicated to tricks and misdirection. Season 4, Episode 18. The title was So It's Come to This, a Simpsons clip show. The setup was simple enough. Bart had been playing a series of escalating April Fool's pranks on Homer. The final prank in the sequence involved taking one of Homer's beer cans to an auto body shop and placing it inside an industrial paint shaker. The can was shaken at industrial speed. When Homer opened it, the resulting explosion was violent enough to send him to the hospital. In the hospital, in his bed, recovering from the explosion, Homer notices a vending machine across the room. A candy machine. He wants a candy bar from it with the kind of simple, focused desire that Homer brings to all edible objects. He gets up, he goes to the machine, he tries to get his candy bar. The machine is uncooperative. Homer, being Homer, escalates his interaction with the machine. The machine tips over, it lands on Homer. And Homer Simpson, in that hospital room, on that April Fool's Day, flatlines. His heart stops, the monitors go flat. Homer Simpson enters a coma. Not a dream sequence, not a cutaway gag, not the kind of momentary unconsciousness that the show uses regularly as a comedic device and that characters recover from in seconds. A genuine, medically established coma that is depicted with unusual seriousness for what is otherwise a clip show. The coma lasts for 7 weeks within the episode's timeline. The episode ends with what appears to be Homer's recovery. Bart is at his bedside, tearful, confessing that all of it was his fault, that he is sorry, that he would give anything to have Homer back. Homer springs awake. He immediately begins strangling Bart in the way that is perhaps the show's most iconic repeated image. The family laughs. Everything is fine. Homer is back. The show tells you he woke up. But the show also tells you in the final moments of the same episode, through the medical staff attending Homer, that the coma has caused the permanent destruction of 5% of Homer's brain. 5% gone. Not temporarily suppressed, not potentially recoverable with time and treatment, destroyed. And Homer's response to this news, his literal verbal and physical response to being told that a measurable portion of his brain has been permanently eliminated, is to laugh while simultaneously saying that he does not understand why he is laughing. The family finds this charming. Nobody, not Marge, not the doctors, not the children, finds it alarming. The episode ends. 32 more years of television follow, and the official position of the show, the position maintained in every subsequent episode and confirmed by the show's producers when asked directly, is that Homer woke up on that day and simply continued his life with a slightly reduced brain and everything else unchanged. But what if the waking up was part of the dream? What if the tearful bedside confession and the strangling and the family's laughter were not Homer's return to consciousness, but Homer's dreaming brain, generating the reunion it needed to experience most urgently? The reassurance that his son still needed him, still came back to him, still loved him enough to confess and apologize, and then continuing to generate more of those reassurances, more of those moments, more of that family in an endless loop that has now been running for 32 years? This is the Homer coma theory. And the evidence for it begins with the most obvious structural change in the show's history: the tonal shift. People have been arguing about when The Simpsons got bad or changed or became something different from what it was for decades. The consensus among long-term viewers tends to point to somewhere in the later seasons, season 9 or 10, when the show began to feel less grounded, when the plots became larger and more improbable, when Homer's role expanded from flawed everyman to figure capable of essentially any adventure the writers could conceive. But the coma theory locates the shift much earlier, and it locates it with precision. Before the coma episode, the show was grounded in recognizable human situations. Homer tries to quit drinking and struggles with it the way real people struggle with addiction. Marge considers whether she might want more from her life than she currently has. Lisa develops a crush on a substitute teacher who actually sees her intelligence and then leaves. Bart struggles academically and faces the very real possibility of being held back a grade. These are stories rooted in the emotional reality of family life, in financial stress and marital complexity, and the difficulty of raising children who confuse and challenge you. The show is a sitcom that understood what families actually feel like from the inside. After the coma episode, the show becomes something different. Homer goes to space, not in a fantasy episode, in what the show presents as actual canonical events. He meets actual astronauts. He is involved in an actual space mission. Burns captures the Loch Ness Monster. Homer becomes the leader of a vigilante group. Homer is inducted into a secret society. Homer meets God face to face in actual conversational exchange. Homer discovers that his mother is a fugitive radical who has been hiding from a government manhunt for decades. Homer befriends dozens of celebrities. Homer holds hundreds of different jobs across every conceivable industry. Homer travels to an enormous number of countries. Homer survives physical trauma that would kill a combat-trained soldier many times over. The escalation is not subtle, it is comprehensive. It is the difference between a show about a family and a show about a man who can be inserted into any situation the writers imagine, whose life has no persistent consequences and no stable logic, whose world reshapes itself around each episode's premise, and then snaps back as if the episode never happened. The coma theory explains this. It explains it elegantly. It explains it without requiring the word bad to be applied to any writer or creative decision. The show did not get worse. The show became what a deteriorating dreaming brain makes. Homer's dream, in its early episodes, is relatively coherent. It still resembles his actual life closely enough to feel realistic, still anchored to the world as Homer last consciously knew it. But as years pass, as Homer's brain continues to sustain damage from the prolonged unconscious state, the dream becomes less stable, less anchored, more prone to impossible events and surreal escalation, and the kind of plots that can only exist inside a mind that has lost its grip on what real life looks like. The show does not get more cartoonish because the writers became lazy. The show gets more cartoonish because Homer's brain is running out of the capacity to generate realistic dreams. And the detail that tends to stay with people longest when they first encounter this theory is the God conversation. 6 months before the coma episode, in the season 4 premiere, Homer has a conversation with God. Not a metaphorical encounter, not a spiritual experience he later questions, but an actual depicted face-to-face exchange with God during a dream sequence in the episode Homer the Heretic. And during this conversation, God tells Homer something specific. He tells him that he will learn the meaning of life. Not yet, but eventually. His time is coming. His time is coming. 6 months later, Homer is in a coma. The show placed this statement in God's mouth 6 months before the event it describes. God told Homer in the episode that established the show's framework for Homer's relationship with the divine that his conscious life was nearly over. Gently, without alarm, the way someone who loves you might prepare you for something they cannot prevent. And 6 months later, the vending machine fell. After the coma, nothing ages. This is the piece of evidence that the coma theory explains most cleanly, more cleanly than any other theory can. Nobody in Springfield ages because they exist inside the frozen dream of a man who went to sleep in April 1993 and whose sleeping brain can only generate the people as they were at the last moment he saw them. Of course, his children do not age. His unconscious mind has no reference for what an 11-year-old Bart would look like, or how a 9-year-old Lisa would carry herself. The last time Homer saw Bart, Bart was 10. The last time Homer saw Lisa, Lisa was 8. The last time Homer held Maggie, she was 1 year old and small enough to hold in one arm. His dreaming brain generates them exactly as he last knew them, because that is the only version of them he has. His wife does not age because the last time he saw her before the vending machine fell, she looked exactly as she has always looked since. His friends do not change because his memory of them was frozen at the moment consciousness stopped. The entire town of Springfield is preserved at the last instant Homer consciously experienced it, because dreams work from memory, and memory works from the last clear image, and Homer's last clear image of Springfield is from April 1993. The celebrity appearances that flood the later seasons, the hundreds of famous faces who have wandered through Springfield across 32 years of post-coma episodes become legible under this theory as something specific and rather lovely in its way. Homer's dreaming brain, lying in a hospital room, receives ambient stimulation from the environment around his body. The television in the room, the conversations of the medical staff passing in the hallway, the radio playing somewhere down the corridor, visitors talking at his bedside, family members watching television together while they wait. His sleeping brain absorbs names and voices and fragments of the external world, and it incorporates them into the dream because that is what dreaming minds do. They take the material available to them and weave it into the ongoing story. Every celebrity who appears in Springfield, every musician and politician and athlete and actor who has shown up in this fictional town across 3 decades of increasingly improbable guest appearances is a voice Homer's dreaming brain heard through the fog of unconsciousness, a name mentioned on the hospital television, a song drifting in from somewhere, a voice recognized from 1,000 previous encounters and translated by the sleeping mind into a character who can exist in the only world Homer still has access to. He cannot meet them in real life anymore, so his brain brings them to Springfield. The show acknowledged this theory directly in its 34th season. An episode included a fake deleted scene in which Homer wakes from a long coma, and the reveal is explicit. Everything since the coma has been a dream. The writers animated this, they produced it, they showed it, and then they told the audience it was fake, a scene planted by hackers, a deliberate misdirection. They called it a hoax. The writers created a piece of animation depicting the exact conclusion the coma theory reaches, released it to the audience, and then told the audience it was not real. The fact that they made it tells you something. You do not animate a theory you have not seriously engaged with. You do not spend the time and resources required to produce a proper scene responding to a reading you consider trivially dismissible. The show's creators have sat with the coma theory. They understand it. They know it holds together. And their denial came wrapped inside a piece of content that literally showed you the theory's conclusion as an animated reality. Al Jean, the executive producer, said in 2015 that it was not true. Homer woke up. The coma theory is fan speculation. He said these things. He did not explain why nobody ages. He did not explain the tonal shift. He did not explain God's statement 6 months before the coma. He did not explain why the show becomes consistently more detached from realistic human experience with every passing season, tracing exactly the trajectory you would expect from a dream brain that is slowly deteriorating. He said it was not true and moved on to the next question. The fans did not move on, because the theory does something that no official explanation has ever managed to do. It makes the whole show make sense. Not just one aspect of it, not just the aging freeze or the tonal shift or the reset button between episodes. All of it. Everything simultaneously from a single premise. Nobody ages because the dream cannot age them. The stories become increasingly impossible because the brain generating them is increasingly damaged. Homer survives everything because nothing real is happening to his body. His body is in a bed. Only his mind is in Springfield. And his mind cannot kill him because his mind is the author of the story. The reset button between episodes is not a narrative convenience. It is the dream cycling. It is the way a dreaming mind moves between chapters without maintaining the logical continuity that waking experience would require. You do not need to explain why Springfield does not remember last week's catastrophe. You need to recognize that between episodes, Homer's dreaming brain has simply begun the next dream. The previous one is filed away in whatever archive a sleeping mind keeps. And underneath all of this, the thing that makes the coma theory not just intellectually interesting, but genuinely moving to sit with is what it says about Homer's heart. If Homer is dreaming, then the content of the dream tells you everything about what he values most. His unconscious mind, given unlimited freedom to generate any experience, chooses this: a house, a family, a couch, the television on in the evening, Marge still there, Bart still 10, Lisa still playing, Maggie still small enough to hold. Homer's deepest wish is the simplest wish. He wants to go home. He wants to find his family where he left them. He wants Friday night at the Simpsons house to last forever. The way you want a good evening to last forever when you are in the middle of it, before the thought that it will end has had time to arrive. And in the dream, it does last forever. His children do not grow up and leave. His wife does not age away from him. The house does not change. The couch is always there. The television is always on. And Homer is always home by the end of the episode. Always without exception, because in the dream he built for himself, he never left. That is the coma theory. A man lying in a hospital bed for 32 years, dreaming his family into permanent existence because he loves them too much to stop. And every episode, every single one that has aired since April 1993, is a love letter from an unconscious father to the family he cannot reach but will not stop holding. Section 4. The richest man who cannot die. Let us talk about Charles Montgomery Burns. Let us talk about him the way the show talks about him, which is to say, slowly through accumulation, through the building up of detail after detail that each seems manageable on its own, and then becomes something staggering when you step back and see them all together. Mr. Burns is old. This is the foundational fact about the character. He is old in a way that the show has never quite committed to a specific number for, because the moment you commit to a specific number, you have to explain it. And the show has wisely preferred to leave the explanation gestural rather than precise. The various episodes that reference Burns' age and history place his birth somewhere in the late 1800s. He has described personal memories from before the turn of the 20th century with the casual familiarity of someone recalling events from their own experience rather than from history books. He has referenced people who died before any living person was born as contemporaries. He served in the Second World War in a capacity that the show describes as morally complicated. He attended Yale. He knew Howard Hughes. By the most conservative reading of the timeline, Burns is well over 100 years old. By the most generous reading, he is approaching 140, and he functions. This is what makes Burns genuinely strange as a character, rather than simply a satirical exaggeration of capitalist excess. His body is visibly in decline. The physical description of Burns across the show's run is consistent. Skeletal, paper-thin skin, stretched over a frame that appears to be held together by determination and spite. Trembling hands, failing eyesight, a voice that has been worn down to a whisper with occasional surprising bursts of volume. A housefly has knocked him over. A child has knocked him over. His physical presence in any confrontation is effectively zero. But his mind is not in decline. His mind is the sharpest instrument in Springfield. Burns runs his corporation with sustained, strategic intelligence. He understands the relationships between money and power and institutional corruption with the fluency of someone who has been practicing those relationships for longer than anyone else in the room has been alive, which he has. He plans, he anticipates, he manipulates. He maintains a kind of long-term strategic vision that very few people can sustain because very few people have had enough time to develop it properly. Burns has had over a century. His patience is geological. His memory of past deals and past leverage and past vulnerabilities is encyclopedic. He is, within the show's world, essentially unbeatable in any contest that comes down to intelligence and resources. And he has been like this for over 100 years. The Springfield Files episode provides the show's clearest window into how this works mechanically. Burns undergoes weekly medical treatments. These are not described as pleasant or comfortable. They are described as so intensive, so chemically and radiologically extreme, that they cause his body to emit visible light for a period after each session. The green glow, the quality that made Homer mistake him for an extraterrestrial, is the residue of whatever is being administered. The treatments keep Burns alive for exactly one more week. Without the next dose, he dies. Not slowly, not gradually, not through the normal progression of aging or illness, but within days. The maintenance schedule is the thing standing between Burns and the cessation that should have claimed him decades ago. This is remarkable in its implications. Burns is not alive in the sense that other characters in Springfield are alive. He is not sustained by normal biological processes. He is sustained by a medical intervention that must be repeated weekly with zero tolerance for error. His life is maintained the way you maintain a complex machine, through scheduled servicing, through the periodic replacement of whatever substance the treatment provides, through the rigid adherence to a protocol that has no flexibility and no off days. And the treatment involves radiation. Of course it does. The man who owns a nuclear power plant that has been leaking radioactive material into his town for decades is personally dependent on controlled radiation exposure to sustain his own biological functions. Burns is not separate from the contamination theory. He is its most concentrated expression. Where the contamination has reduced Homer's cognition and changed the fish and produced the yellow skin and the forefingers and the indestructibility, it has done something different to Burns. In Burns, it has created dependency. His body has been so thoroughly altered by a century of proximity to nuclear material, so fundamentally changed by decades of radiation exposure at levels that no normal person could survive, that it can no longer sustain itself through any process that does not include external radiation input. Take away the treatments and the system fails. Not gradually, immediately. Within a week, without the radiation that has become as necessary to Burns as oxygen, the equilibrium collapses. And when it collapses, what waits on the other side of it is not ordinary mortality. What waits is the accumulated biological debt of over a century of existence in a body that has been kept alive through extraordinary means. The Three Stooges syndrome scene is where this becomes genuinely extraordinary. In one of the show's most quoted moments, Burns visits a doctor for a comprehensive examination. The doctor, after conducting the most thorough workup he apparently knows how to perform, delivers a verdict that is played for comedy but that carries, if you take it seriously, the weight of something that should not be possible. Burns has every disease known to medical science. Every single one. All of them simultaneously present in his body at the same time, but they cannot progress, none of them, because every illness is present at once, each one competing with every other, each one blocking every other's advancement, creating a state of perfect pathological equilibrium in which no single condition can gain enough ground to actually kill him. The doctor explains it as Three Stooges syndrome, the image of three people trying to pass through a doorway simultaneously, and all three being blocked by each other's presence. Burns is the sickest man in America, the doctor concludes. He is also effectively indestructible by any disease, because the diseases are all too busy preventing each other from winning to get around to killing him. This scene is a perfect piece of comedy writing. It is also, under the radiation theory, a perfect description of what a century of weekly radiation treatments actually does to a human body. The treatments do not cure the diseases. They cannot cure them. What they do is maintain the equilibrium. They keep every illness in the precise state of balance required to prevent any single one from gaining dominance. They are the management system for a body that has accumulated more pathology than any normal immune system could handle, maintained in functional stasis by the precise application of the same radioactive material that presumably created the conditions for that pathology in the first place. Burns's body is a reactor. His weekly treatments are the adjustment of the control rods that prevents the whole thing from going critical. Smithers is the reactor operator. Waylon Smithers, Burns's assistant and devoted companion across the entire run of the show, is in this reading not just a loyal employee or a man with complicated feelings about his employer. He is the person who understands the full mechanical reality of Burns's continued existence and who has made himself the indispensable component of the maintenance system. Smithers knows the schedule. Smithers ensures every appointment is kept. Smithers monitors Burns's physical condition with the kind of constant vigilance that the show depicts as bordering on obsession, and which, if this reading is correct, is not obsession at all but appropriate professional care for a system that has zero tolerance for missed maintenance. The show has established repeatedly that if Smithers left, if he were fired or incapacitated, or made any choice that removed him from this role, Burns would be helpless. Not in the emotional sense, though that is also true. In the physical sense. Without Smithers managing the protocol, Burns misses a treatment. The equilibrium fails. Everything that has been held in check for decades surges forward at once. Smithers stays not only because he loves Burns, though he does genuinely and deeply, in a way the show has always treated with more respect than comedy. He stays because he knows with the clarity of someone who has watched the mechanism up close for decades, that leaving is handing a death sentence to the man he loves. His devotion is also responsibility. His loyalty is also the knowledge that he is load-bearing. The historical dimension of Burns adds another layer of strangeness to the immortality question. Burns has described personal involvement in events spanning from before the turn of the century through the present day. The Gilded Age is not history to Burns. It is memory. The Second World War is not something he read about. It is something he participated in a role the show describes with characteristic obliqueness, but clear moral complexity. He stole a $1 trillion bill from the United States government during the war and kept it hidden for decades. He met Howard Hughes. He knew the figures who built the modern industrial and financial landscape of America in the early 20th century as contemporaries. And his family's wealth predates all of this. The Burns dynasty extends back centuries, the show establishes, one of the oldest and most continuously powerful lineages in American history. Not just wealthy, the kind of wealthy that builds the infrastructure everyone else uses and then charges them to use it. The kind of wealthy that exists above the law, not by violating it, but by being the force that shapes what the law considers and what it does not. The question of whether previous Burns patriarchs employed similar life extension methods is one the show opens and leaves open. If the family has maintained its wealth and power across centuries, and if the current Burns has been alive for over a century through artificial means, then either the family has been extraordinarily fortunate across an extraordinary span of time, or the management of mortality has been a Burns family concern for longer than any of the specific details the show provides about. Before nuclear radiation, before modern medicine, before any of the technologies that currently sustain Burns. What methods did earlier versions of this dynasty employ to maintain their hold on whatever they were building? The show does not say, but it establishes the continuity. And continuity of this duration does not happen by accident. Burns has come close to dying many times. He has been shot. He has been hospitalized repeatedly. He has collapsed, fallen, been abandoned in wilderness conditions, survived situations that should have been terminal by any reasonable biological calculation. And every time the machinery of his survival reasserts itself. Not passively, not through the cartoon resilience that lets Homer walk away from impossible injuries. Burns is rebuilt through infrastructure, through the money that ensures there's always a specialist available, always an experimental treatment being developed, always Smithers with the schedule and the contacts, and the institutional knowledge required to keep the equilibrium maintained. Homer's immortality is the passive consequence of whatever radiation has done to his healing rate. Burns's immortality is the active result of a century of deliberate engineering. And here's what makes the whole thing genuinely unsettling. Springfield needs Burns alive. The town's economy depends on the plant. The plant runs because Burns runs it. Burns runs it because the plant's revenue funds the medical infrastructure that keeps him alive. The cycle has no exit point. You cannot remove any element of it without collapsing all the others. Springfield cannot challenge Burns because challenging Burns means confronting the plant, means losing the economic foundation on which the entire town rests. And Burns cannot die because dying would mean the system he built finally has to reckon with what it has done to the people it kept alive inside it. He is not immortal in the supernatural sense. There is no magic involved. There is no transcendence of mortality in any philosophical sense. He is simply too expensive to die. And as long as the treatments come, as long as the schedule is kept, as long as the reactor runs and the river flows past the cracked cooling towers and the town sends its people to work at the plant every morning, Springfield will keep paying the bill. There is something almost restful about it once you accept it. The oldest man in Springfield, in his enormous empty mansion, maintained by the careful attention of the one person who loves him, and the enormous machinery of wealth he has spent a century building. The green glow barely visible after a treatment, the equilibrium holding, the week beginning again. He has been doing this since before your grandfather was born. He will likely still be doing it long after. Let him drift through your mind gently, that ancient, careful figure in his house on the hill, the maintenance schedule, the balance of diseases held in perfect stillness, the reactor running, the lights staying on. Section 5. Who really pulled the trigger? Before we begin this section, let us acknowledge what the show told us and set it to one side for just a moment. We know the official answer. Season 7, Episode 1. Who Shot Mr. Burns Part 2. The investigation concludes, Burns wakes from his coma, he identifies his attacker, and the mystery that consumed an entire American summer is resolved. Baby Maggie Simpson. The gun fell from Burns's holster during a struggle over a lollipop. The gun discharged? Burns was shot by his own weapon in the hands of an infant who presumably had no understanding of what she was doing. Case closed. Move on. Except, the case has a number of features that do not fit together the way a closed case should fit together. The evidence does not align as cleanly as the official verdict suggests. The central piece of evidence that the show uses to confirm the answer was explicitly described by the victim as meaningless. The national contest designed to let viewers solve the mystery produced from thousands of entries, essentially nobody who got the right answer. And in season 18, Homer Simpson casually confesses to the crime on camera, and nobody investigates. Let us go back to the beginning. Let us go. Not to the resolution, but to the event itself, and to the summer of 1995, when the most ambitious mystery in the history of American animation was set in motion. The Simpsons pulled off something in 1995 that no animated show had attempted before. A genuine whodunit mystery, designed with the structural rigor of the classical detective tradition, complete with a carefully assembled cast of suspects, each with their own documented motive, physical clues embedded in the episode for attentive viewers to analyze, and a national promotional campaign that treated the fictional crime as though it were a real unsolved case. America's Most Wanted produced a tie-in special called Springfield's Most Wanted, operating entirely within the fiction. Fox promoted the summer between parts 1 and 2 as a cultural event. The Simpsons was not just a television show that summer, it was a national conversation. And the thing that made it possible, the thing that made the mystery feel genuinely weighty rather than frivolous, was the scope of what Burns had done to justify it. Let us walk through it. Because the full catalog of Burns's crimes in the lead up to the shooting is necessary context for understanding why the official answer is so troubling. If everyone had a motive, and they did, then the question of who actually acted is much more complicated than the show's resolution acknowledges. Burns discovers oil beneath Springfield Elementary School. He drills for it. He takes it. In doing so, he eliminates the school's oil revenue, which was funding everything from new equipment to arts programs to the basic maintenance of a building that was already struggling. The school is left without the funding it briefly had, the children's educational environment deteriorating back to its default state of inadequacy. Burns does not do this through some complicated scheme requiring elaborate justification. He simply takes it because the oil is under land near his property and because he can. He then moves against Moe's Tavern. The mechanism is different, but the result is the same. A Springfield institution, a place with genuine community significance, loses its financial foundation because of Burns's economic maneuvers. Moe is facing bankruptcy. The bar is in danger of closing. Burns creates a sinkhole that destroys the Springfield retirement castle. Grandpa Simpson and all the other elderly residents are displaced, their home essentially eliminated by the geological consequences of Burns's industrial activities. The elderly residents of Springfield, people who have lived their whole lives in this town, are left without a place to be old in. Burns injures Santa's little helper. The family dog, the most innocent bystander imaginable, is hurt. This last detail seems small in the context of the economic and community damage that precedes it, but its function in the episode is to ensure that even Homer has a personal, immediate, emotionally accessible reason to want Burns to suffer consequences. And then the grand finale. Burns builds a machine. A mechanical disc, enormous, mounted at a point that allows it to obstruct the sun over the entire town of Springfield. He deploys it. He uses it to block the sun, to cut off natural light from a whole community, so that every resident will have no choice but to purchase their electricity from his power plant. He has spent his entire tenure as Springfield's primary employer, poisoning the town's water and mutating its wildlife, And now he has taken the sky. He has stolen the literal sun from Springfield. When Smithers objects, when his own most devoted assistant tells him that perhaps this has gone too far, Burns fires him on the spot. The loyalty of decades dismissed in a moment. By the end of part one, every person in Springfield is a plausible suspect. Every single one of them. Homer, because Burns has spent years unable to remember the name of the man who shows up to work at his plant every single day, a slight so persistent and so dehumanizing that it has finally pushed Homer past a breaking point the show has been building toward for seasons. Bart and Lisa, because the school lost its funding and the children of Springfield are direct victims of Burns's theft. Grandpa, because his home was destroyed. Groundskeeper Willie, because he lost his job. Tito Puente, because Burns eliminated the school's music program. Mo, because his bar is gone. Smithers, freshly fired after years of absolute devotion, spiraling into something the show depicts as alcoholic collapse. The entire town gathered at a public meeting to confront Burns. Multiple characters were shown with weapons. The confrontation was building towards something inevitable. And then Burns was shot, and the screen went black. And America had 3 months to think about who did it. Here's what the show told us when September came. Chief Wiggum's investigation is played largely for comedy, as most things Chief Wiggum does are. The Springfield police fumble through the case with characteristic incompetence. Smithers confesses early, which seems like the end of it until they realize his confession is impossible because he was blackout drunk and was actually shooting an entirely different person in an entirely different location. He shot old Jasper in his wooden leg. Wrong person, wrong location, wrong crime entirely. One by one, the suspects establish alibis or are eliminated. Skinner has an alibi. Mo has an alibi. Tito Puente has, by universal consensus, the greatest alibi in the history of crime drama. A full musical performance in which he explains that he channeled his rage entirely into his art and produced a samba about wanting to hurt Burns. The case stalls. Then police find an eyelash on Burns's suit. They run a DNA analysis. The eyelash belongs to a Simpson. Homer's fingerprints are on the gun. He had the strongest motive of anyone in town and arguably the longest running grievance. Homer is arrested. He is about to be convicted. Burns wakes up. He identifies his attacker, Maggie, and the contest. The national contest in which thousands of American viewers submitted their best guesses for who shot Mr. Burns. Produced from the randomly sampled pool of entries, not a single correct answer. Not one. The prize was real. The winner was supposed to be animated into a future episode of the show, and nobody in the sample pool guessed correctly. The person who received the prize was selected at random and given a cash payment instead, because they had not gotten the right answer either. The show's own creators noted on the DVD commentary that they were aware of exactly one person who had posted the correct answer on a Simpsons internet news group on the night the episode originally aired. This person was using a college internet account that had since been deactivated. The producers tried to find them and could not. They included an explicit open invitation on the DVD release for this person to come forward. They never did. Think about what this tells you. A mystery that the show's promotional materials described as solvable from the clues in part one. A national contest with real prizes designed around that solvability. And from thousands of submitted guesses by engaged, attentive fans who had analyzed the episode carefully, essentially no one arrived at the conclusion the show intended. Either the clues were insufficient or misleading beyond the show's intentions, or the answer did not follow from them in the logical way that a properly constructed mysteries answer should. Now let us look at the clues themselves. Burns falls on the sundial. His hands as he collapses land on two letters, to W and S. Viewed from his own perspective, from where his body is oriented as he falls, the letters read M and S. The show tells us this indicates Maggie Simpson. M for Maggie, S for Simpson. But Burns himself, on waking from the coma, stated explicitly that his hands pointing at those letters was not deliberate. He did not position himself to spell out his attacker's initials. He collapsed from a gunshot wound and fell in a particular direction, and his hands happened to land where they landed. The sundial clue, the central piece of physical evidence that anchors the show's answer to Maggie, was characterized by the victim as meaningless. The entire symbolic framework of the reveal rests on an admitted coincidence. Then there is the gun. Before the shooting, Burns's holster is shown empty. His gun was already absent from his person before the confrontation. The shooter used Burns's own weapon. This narrows the suspect profile considerably, not by eliminating anyone specific, but by telling us something about the nature of the act. Most of the people at that town meeting had brought weapons. They came to the confrontation already armed because they were angry enough and frightened enough to consider violence. The person who shot Burns did not bring a gun to the meeting. They found the gun. They encountered Burns's weapon by chance, on the ground or nearby, and acted in that moment rather than in a planned way. A baby finding a gun on the ground fits this profile exactly. So do more than a dozen other characters who were at that meeting without their own weapons. And Burns's last words before being shot were, "Oh, it's you," not surprise, not alarm, not the startled recognition of someone who had not expected to see a threat. "Oh, it's you." The flat acknowledgement of someone familiar. The way you greet a person you know in a context where seeing them is not a surprise. Does Mr. Burns know Maggie Simpson in any meaningful way? Has he ever had a significant prior encounter with her? The show does not establish a relationship between them. Burns can barely remember Homer, who works for him. The idea that Burns would encounter a baby and say, with the calm recognition of that phrase, "Oh, it's you," does not align with what we know about how Burns relates to the people around him. Who would Burns recognize with that calm familiarity? Who would he see approaching and feel in that moment? Not surprise, but the particular quality of unsurprised acknowledgement that those three words contain. Someone he had known for years. Someone whose face was part of the regular landscape of his existence. Someone who, by coming to confront him, was doing something that felt like the logical conclusion of a relationship that had been building toward exactly this. Season 18. Homer Simpson states, in dialogue, that he was actually the one who shot Burns. He says it out loud, on camera, in an episode that is not a dream sequence or a fantasy or a clip show or any other format that would give the show narrative cover for the statement. Homer confesses, and nobody, not Marge, not the kids, not Chief Wiggum, not anyone in Springfield, responds. Nobody investigates. Nobody reopens the case. The confession disappears into the enormous archive of things that happen in Springfield and are never followed up on. Either Homer is lying, which is possible, which is entirely consistent with a man who frequently says things for attention or to fit into a conversation, or Homer is telling the truth. And if Homer is telling the truth, then Maggie was blamed for something her father did. A baby was identified as a criminal to protect an adult, and the DNA evidence that pointed to a Simpson that was used to establish guilt was technically accurate in pointing to the Simpson family while being practically misleading about which Simpson was responsible. The Marge theory is worth spending time with. A thoughtful fan argument, developed carefully across multiple posts examining the episode's evidence, builds a strong case for Marge as the actual shooter. Marge had every reason. She watched Burns steal from her children's school, injure her family's dog, destroy the community structures her neighbors depended on, and block the sun from her town. These are not abstract grievances. These are personal, immediate attacks on everything Marge values most. And the key to the Marge theory is Burns's infatuation. The episode Marge gets a job established, earlier in the show's run, that Burns developed significant feelings toward Marge. He was drawn to her in a way that was unrequited but genuine, at least within the limits of Burns's capacity for genuine feeling. The show treats it largely as uncomfortable comedy, but it is established as part of Burns's emotional landscape. If Burns was shot by Marge, if the woman he had feelings for was the person who pulled the trigger, that changes everything about his behavior after waking from the coma. He would know it was her. He would not name her. He would look at the sundial and let the town draw its own conclusions, because identifying her is a thing he cannot bring himself to do. He takes the bullet, wakes up, and protects her by letting the investigation land on the only suspect who cannot possibly be punished. Maggie was the perfect outcome for everyone who needed the case to close. No jury would convict a baby. Burns is protected from identifying the person he could not name. The real shooter walks free. And Springfield, true to its nature, accepts the answer and moves on. The alternate endings prove that even the writers were not fully committed to Maggie. A complete alternate version of the conclusion was produced, animated, voiced, and fully finished, in which Smithers is revealed as the shooter. This ending was shown in a later clip show hosted by Troy McClure, who dismisses it by noting that the Simpson DNA evidence would have had to be ignored, which he describes as downright nutty. The show then makes a direct reference to the O.J. Simpson trial, in which DNA evidence was famously set aside by a jury to reach an acquittal, with the implication that ignoring DNA evidence is not in fact as nutty as Troy McClure suggests it would be. The show is winking at its own answer. It is telling you that official verdicts and actual truth are different things. It is telling you that evidence points wherever power wants it to point. An early draft of the script had Barney Gumble as the shooter. The writers considered this seriously enough to develop it into a full draft. The answer was not predetermined by the clues. The clues were written around whatever answer the writers eventually chose. And there is the final shot. Maggie, alone in the room, looking around carefully, checking for witnesses, and then mimicking the gesture of pulling a trigger with her pacifier. The show presents this as confession. She knows what she did. She is replaying it in private. But there is another reading. She watched something happen. She is replicating the motion she observed, the way infants replicate all the behaviors they observe, because that is what infant development involves. She is not confessing to what she did. She is remembering what she saw someone else do. The official answer is Maggie. The contest nobody won, the clue the victim said was meaningless, the fully produced alternate endings, the season 18 confession, the final shot that can be read two completely different ways, the question of who Burns would greet with that particular phrase. All of it suggests that the most famous mystery in Simpsons history was closed rather than solved. And in Springfield, closed has always been the more readily available outcome. Section 6. The baby watching everything she is in every room. She has been in every room for 36 years. Sitting in her high chair, or on the floor with her blocks, or in her mother's arms, or in the background of whatever scene is happening in the Simpson household. Present always at the edge of every family moment, witnessing every argument, every reconciliation, every disaster, every dinner. The youngest member of the family, and in nearly every observable way, the least noticed. She does not speak. She has not developed speech in any meaningful way across 36 years of existence. She communicates through her pacifier and through her eyes and through the occasional pointed stare that the people around her almost never interpret correctly. She is officially 1 year old. She has been 1 year old since the show began, and she is, by the evidence of everything the show has established about her, the most cognitively capable person in her family. Possibly the most cognitively capable person in Springfield. The theory about Maggie Simpson is built on a single foundational observation. Her silence is not developmental, it is strategic. And the evidence for this, once you begin looking for it, is present in nearly every episode in which Maggie appears. Let us begin with the shooting, not with the question of whether she did it, which we have already examined in detail, but with what happens after. A baby was identified as the person who shot the most powerful man in town. The investigation concluded with the official finding that yes, this infant committed an act of violence against a grown adult, and the response of Springfield's entire law enforcement infrastructure was no jury in the world would convict a baby. That is the end of it. That is the full extent of the accountability that the shooting produced. But look at the final scene of the episode. Everyone has left the room. Maggie is alone. She looks around the space with careful deliberation, moving her gaze from one corner to another, confirming that nobody is present who might be watching. And then, with the room confirmed empty, she moves her pacifier in the motion of pulling a trigger. That sequence of actions requires situational awareness. The kind of situational awareness that develops in people who understand that their actions have consequences and that some actions should be performed only when the risk of observation has been minimized. A baby acting reflexively or randomly does not check the room first. A baby imitating emotion it does not understand does not first confirm that no witnesses are present. Maggie confirmed that she was alone before she performed that gesture. She knew the gesture mattered. She knew it should be private. She understood the relationship between the act and its potential consequences, and she acted accordingly. That is not infant behavior. Now let us look at The Longest Daycare, the theatrical short from 2012 that is 7 minutes long, and that represents perhaps the show's clearest single statement about who Maggie Simpson actually is. The premise is simple. Maggie is at a daycare facility. She encounters a caterpillar on the verge of becoming a butterfly. She wants to protect it. A bully baby named Gerald wants to destroy it. The facility runs with institutional rigidity, getting the caterpillar safely to metamorphosis without Gerald or the staff interfering requires navigating all of this. What Maggie does across those 7 minutes is not the behavior of a 1-year-old. It is not the behavior of a 3-year-old or a 5-year-old or a child of any typical developmental stage. It's the behavior of someone who reads environments accurately, identifies the relevant variables, develops a strategy, anticipates the counter moves of the people trying to stop her, and executes a multi-step plan that requires timing, spatial reasoning, and the ability to predict how other people will behave before they behave it. She does all of this in a body that cannot reliably walk from one end of the room to the other without falling over. Her physical development and her cognitive development are entirely disconnected. Her body is a 1-year-old's body. Her mind is something else, something that has not been properly described or accounted for within the show's universe, because the people responsible for that accounting, her family and the adults around her, are too distracted by everything else to pay close attention to the baby in the background who just solved a problem that none of them saw coming. The show has tested Maggie's intelligence directly in various episodes, and the results consistently suggest something extraordinary. The precise numbers shift, as Simpsons continuity always does, but the pattern is invariable. When Maggie is evaluated, the evaluation indicates that her cognitive capabilities exceed what any standard assessment framework is designed to measure. The show notes this: the family is briefly astonished, and then something else demands attention, and Maggie's results are filed away unexamined. This is the pattern. Maggie demonstrates something remarkable. The family notices momentarily, and then the moment passes and nobody follows up. Now consider what Maggie has been watching from the background of all this. She has watched Lisa. She has watched what happens to Lisa every day for 36 years. Lisa Simpson is brilliant, genuinely, measurably, extraordinarily brilliant, possibly the most intellectually capable character in the entire show. She has an IQ that exceeds everyone in her household. She is the most perceptive, most emotionally sophisticated, most analytically capable member of the family. She understands more about the world than almost anyone around her. And what has that intelligence produced for Lisa? What has being visibly, consistently, openly brilliant gotten her in Springfield? Isolation, mockery, dismissal, loneliness of the particular kind that comes from being in a room full of people and knowing that none of them quite understand what you are saying. Lisa fights every day. She speaks up and gets ignored. She challenges authority and gets dismissed. She tries to make things better and encounters the institutional resistance of a community that does not want to be improved by a child with a saxophone who uses words nobody else knows. Her intelligence is her greatest gift. It is also the thing that makes her the loneliest member of her family. Maggie has been watching this happen since the day she was born. She has observed from her high chair and her floor position and her mother's arms what happens when you are intelligent in Springfield. She has accumulated years of data on this question, and the data is consistent. Visible intelligence in Springfield is a liability. It marks you as different. It makes people uncomfortable. It gets you nowhere that matters. And Maggie has drawn a different conclusion from this data than Lisa drew. Lisa's conclusion was to keep being visible anyway, to keep speaking, keep pushing, keep fighting, because the alternative is to stop being herself, and she will not do that. It is a heroic conclusion. It is the conclusion of someone with more integrity than strategic sense. Maggie's conclusion was the opposite. If visible intelligence is punished and invisible intelligence is unconstrained, then the correct strategy is to be invisible. If speaking announces your capabilities to a system that responds to capability with resistance, then silence is not a limitation. Silence is armor. Silence is the thing that lets you operate without interference, that lets you move through a room and solve the problem and get out before anyone has figured out that anything happened. The less they know about what you can do, the more you can do. Think about the Burns shooting. Maggie was the perfect suspect precisely because nobody suspected her. The investigation focused on Homer because he was the obvious candidate, because his motive was documented and his fingerprints were on the gun. Nobody looked at the baby because babies are not suspects. Babies are furniture. Babies are scenery. Babies, the assumption is that babies do not act with intent and cannot act with consequence, so they are excluded from the categories of analysis that would catch them if they did. Maggie exploits this exclusion. She has been exploiting it her entire life. The daycare rebellion succeeded because nobody monitors infants closely enough to notice them organizing. Every heroic act she performs happens below the threshold of adult attention. Every problem she solves goes unattributed to her because nobody was looking at her closely enough to see her solve it. Every remarkable thing she does is accomplished in the spaces where nobody is paying attention. And she has spent 36 years ensuring that those spaces stay available by maintaining the most effective disguise in Springfield. She pretends to be what everyone expects a baby to be: passive, dependent, limited, occupied with simple objects and simple sounds and the simple demands of infancy. She has maintained this performance with extraordinary consistency across 36 years of episodes. Not because she cannot do better, because doing better would eliminate the disguise. Now, bring in the radiation theory. If Springfield's contaminated environment produces mutations that affect different people in different ways, then Homer and Maggie represent the extreme poles of what that contamination can do to a brain. Homer's exposure, the combination of environmental radiation and physical brain damage from the crayon, and whatever else has accumulated across decades of living in this town, reduced his cognitive function to clinical disability. The same environmental cause acting on a different brain at a different developmental stage, with different biological variables, produced in Maggie something at the opposite extreme. Where the contamination took something from Homer, it gave something extraordinary to his youngest child. They are two sides of the same radioactive event. The father diminished, the daughter amplified. And if the coma theory is true, then Maggie's genius is Homer's prayer. If Homer is dreaming, if he has been unconscious since April 1993 and every episode since is the product of a mind trying to hold its family in permanent amber, then Maggie's extraordinary capabilities are the most specific and the most heartbreaking expression of what Homer needs from his dream. He cannot see her grow up. He cannot watch her become whatever she is going to become. He cannot know if she is safe, if she is loved, if she has found a way to make her particular and extraordinary self fit into a world that tends to confuse and dismiss things it cannot easily categorize. So in the dream, he makes her invincible. He makes her capable of anything. He makes her the most capable person in Springfield so that she can be safe even without him there. Her genius is not a mutation in this reading. It is a father, unable to be present, making sure his youngest child has everything she needs to manage without him. It is the most specific kind of love. But back in the regular version of the show, the waking version, if there is one, there is a darker and more patient reading available. Maggie does not speak because she has concluded that speaking produces nothing worthwhile in this town. She does not reveal what she can do because revealing capabilities is a vulnerability in Springfield. She watches everything. She processes everything. She's been building an archive of knowledge about her family and her town and her world since the day she was born, adding to it every day, cross-referencing and analyzing and waiting. For what? This is the question the show has never answered. It is arguably the only question the show has deliberately left open rather than accidentally failing to address. Maggie's endgame is genuinely unknown because the show has never given us the episode in which Maggie decides the moment has come. We have glimpses. We have the shooting and the daycare rebellion and the moments in which her judgment is trusted implicitly by a family that does not fully understand why they trust it. We have the steady accumulation of evidence that she is the most capable person in the house. But we have never seen what she is building toward. And behind the pacifier, behind those enormous eyes, behind 36 years of deliberate and sustained silence, something is still waiting. Something has decided that the moment has not yet arrived. Something is watching your family, Springfield, watching everything that happens in this town, processing it all, adding it to the archive, and waiting with a patience that should, if anyone were paying the kind of attention that Maggie deserves, be genuinely frightening. Nobody is paying that attention, which is, of course, exactly how she designed it. Section 7. The Mother Who Vanished. For the first 6 seasons of The Simpsons, Homer's mother was dead. This was not a plotline or a source of dramatic tension. It was simply the background condition of Homer's life, a piece of his history that was occasionally referenced with the kind of brief, matter-of-fact acknowledgement that people use to refer to losses that happened long enough ago to have stopped being immediately painful and settled instead into the shape of something simply absent. He had had a mother. She had died when he was young. He had grown up without her. And this was simply how things were. Except it was not how things were. In season 7, the show revealed that Homer's mother had not died at all. She was alive. She had been alive his entire life. The grave Abe Simpson had shown young Homer, the grave he had stood at and mourned at and used as evidence that his mother was gone, did not belong to his mother. It belonged to Walt Whitman, the poet. Abe had been pointing his son at a famous writer's headstone and calling it his wife's for the entirety of Homer's life. The episode that reveals this Mother Simpson first aired in November 1995, and it is considered by a significant portion of the show's long-term audience to be among the greatest episodes the show has ever produced. It earns this assessment through the quality of its emotional honesty, through the way it handles the reunion between Homer and Mona with restraint and genuine feeling, and through the darkness of what the reunion reveals about the structures operating around Homer's life. Homer finds Mona at a cemetery, visiting what she believes is her son's grave, because she has been told or has concluded that Homer died. She does not recognize him at first. He has changed in the way that people change when decades pass without contact, not just physically, but in the whole texture of how a person carries themselves. He has become the person he became in her absence, shaped by the particular kind of loss that comes from a mother who disappeared without explanation. When Homer proves who he is, the reunion is one of the show's most quietly devastating scenes. Not operatic, not overperformed, just a grown man and his mother in a cemetery, finding each other beside a headstone that belongs to neither of them. And then Mona tells him why she left. She did not die. She did not leave because she stopped loving him, or because she found her life with him and Abe insufficient, or because of any of the quiet narratives a child constructs to explain a parent's absence when no explanation is provided. She left because staying would have endangered him, because the man who owned the power plant had seen her face and reported her to the federal government, and there was nothing she could do about that except run. The story goes back to 1969. Mona Simpson was radicalized in the late 1960s, the show depicts, not as a joke or caricature, but as a genuine and serious political evolution. She joined a group of activists. They had a target, not the nuclear power plant, a different Burns facility entirely, a biological weapons laboratory. Burns was operating a germ warfare facility in Springfield. This is established directly within the episode without narrative ambiguity. A laboratory designed to develop and store biological agents intended for use as weapons. In the same town where Homer was growing up. In the same town where families lived without any knowledge that the wealthiest man in the community was also manufacturing weaponized diseases in a facility down the road. This is not incidental to the radiation theory. It expands it. Burns was not just operating a nuclear facility with 342 safety violations. He was operating a biological weapons program in the same community. The scope of what Burns has been doing to Springfield, The full range of hazards he has introduced to the environment where people live and raise children extends beyond radioactive contamination to include whatever biological agents his laboratory was developing. Mona and her group broke into the facility. They deployed an antibiotic bomb that destroyed the biological agent stored inside. They succeeded in their objective. The germs were eliminated. The lab was effectively neutralized. And Mona made one mistake. In the chaos of the escape, she stopped to help someone who had been knocked down. The person she stopped to help was Burns. She stopped to assist the man whose weapons she had just destroyed, because that is who Mona Simpson was, someone for whom the reflex to help an injured person overrode the tactical calculation about who the injured person was and what helping them might cost. Burns looked at her face. He identified her. He reported her to the FBI, and from that moment, Mona was a federal fugitive. She could not go home. She could not explain to Homer why she was leaving, or that she was leaving because she had to rather than because she wanted to. She kissed him goodbye while he slept, and she walked out into the night and disappeared for 27 years. Homer woke up, and his mother was gone. Abe told him she was dead, and Homer spent the next 27 years, then the next 36 years beyond that, as the particular kind of person that a child becomes when his mother disappears without explanation. And the story he is given to explain the absence is that she is dead. He becomes someone who grips too hard and apologizes too quickly, and needs reassurance in ways that exhaust the people trying to provide it, and that he himself does not fully understand. He becomes someone for whom the fear of abandonment shapes every relationship, who would rather endure almost any kind of treatment from another person than risk losing them entirely. He becomes someone who works at a terrible job for a terrible employer for his entire adult life, rather than risk the economic disruption that might threaten the family he has built. He becomes, in other words, exactly the person that Burns needs him to be. Now the conspiracy becomes visible in its full shape. Burns did not just drive Mona away. Burns engineered Homer's emotional landscape. By forcing Mona to flee when Homer was 6 years old, Burns created the precise psychological conditions required to produce an employee who would never threaten the plant's operation. A man raised with maternal abandonment and no explanation for it becomes a man desperate for the stability of whatever he has managed to build. A man who cannot bear the risk of loss. A man who will stay in a situation that is demonstrably bad for him because leaving feels more dangerous than staying. A man who will absorb mistreatment from authority figures because challenge feels more terrifying than endurance. The perfect safety inspector, not because he keeps things safe, because he keeps things going. When Mona finally returns to Springfield in the season 7 episode, Burns spots her almost immediately. He sees her through a cab window and identifies her with the particular attentiveness of someone who has been holding a grudge for over 25 years. He calls the authorities. The FBI arrives at the Simpson house. Mona has to flee again. Homer has to say goodbye to his mother for the second time. And this time, he understands why she is leaving, or at least he understands the surface of it. He knows Burns reported her. He knows Burns is responsible, and then he goes back to work. He does not confront Burns. He does not quit. He does not even in the episodes that follow demonstrate any sustained engagement with the fact that the man who signs his paychecks is the man who stole his mother from him. The show treats this as tragedy rather than comedy, and it is right to do so. Homer's inability to connect these dots is not laziness or stupidity in the ordinary sense. It is the consequence of everything that has been done to his brain, the radiation in the crayon and the accumulated damage of living in this town that has left him incapable of sustaining the kind of analytical attention required to see the architecture of his own suffering. He could not hold all the pieces in his mind at once, so he holds none of them. The deal between Burns and Grandpa adds the final piece of the structure. Burns committed a crime. Grandpa witnessed it. The show establishes this in a later season without specifying the crime in detail, which is typical Simpsons vagueness but does not undermine the significance of what was arranged. In exchange for Grandpa's silence, Burns guaranteed Homer's employment. No matter what, regardless of performance, regardless of competence, regardless of the number of documented incidents, Homer would always have a job at the plant. 742 documented errors, and Homer was never let go because the deal required that he not be. Grandpa knew what Burns had done to his family. Grandpa knew Mona had been forced to flee. Grandpa knew that the man responsible was the one signing his son's checks, and Grandpa made a bargain with that man to protect his son's economic stability, trading silence for security, and never told Homer why his job was always there, regardless of how many things he broke or how often he fell asleep. 3 generations of the Simpson family, all shaped by one man's decision to protect a biological weapons laboratory. Homer's mother was a radical who chose to act against something genuinely harmful. Burns retaliated with the full weight of his institutional power. Abe made a deal to protect his son and buried the truth. Homer grew up without his mother, without the explanation for her absence, without the ability to understand why his life felt shaped by a loss he could not fully name. He became the broken, lovable, radiation-damaged, crayon-obstructed, bottomlessly loyal employee in Sector 7G. And Burns won. Burns always wins. He won against Mona. He won against Abe. He won against Homer without Homer ever knowing there was a contest. And in the episode where Mona finally dies, where Homer sits beside her and holds her hand as she leaves for the last time, in a scene that the show handles with more restraint and more genuine grief than almost anything else it has ever done, what is quietly present in the room is the weight of all those years. The 27 before the reunion, the years after the reunion that Burns's interference cut short. All the time that was taken. No joke, no reset, no couch gag at the end to soften it. Just a man and his mother and the years that Burns stole. Section 8, The Town That Voted for the Lie. It has been called the worst episode in the show's history. Season 9, Episode 2, The Principal and the Pauper, aired on September 28th, 1997, and the response from fans was immediate, intense, and has never fully subsided. 28 years later, this episode is still cited as evidence of creative failure, of the show disrespecting its own continuity, of writers who stopped caring about the characters they were responsible for. Harry Shearer, who voices Principal Skinner, stated publicly that he was unhappy with the story. Critics placed it in their lists of the series' worst installments. The episode became, for a significant portion of the show's audience, a symbol of everything that went wrong. But there is another way to read it. Not as the show's worst episode, as its most honest one. As the episode that finally stopped dancing around what Springfield actually is and just came out and said it directly, in a scene that is no less disturbing for being staged as comedy. Here is what happens. Springfield Elementary hosts an event in honor of Principal Seymour Skinner's 20 years of service. During the celebration, a stranger arrives. He introduces himself as Sergeant Seymour Skinner. The real Seymour Skinner, a veteran who was captured as a prisoner of war in Vietnam, presumed dead, who survived and escaped, and returned home to find that someone else had been living his life for 20 years. The man Springfield has known as Seymour Skinner is an imposter. His real name is Armin Tamzarian. Before Vietnam, Tamzarian was a street criminal with no stable identity and no obvious future. He was drafted, served alongside the real Skinner, and when Skinner was captured and presumed dead, Tamzarian felt responsible. He came to Springfield to deliver the news to Skinner's mother, Agnes. Agnes, who needed her son not to be dead, assumed he was her son. And Tamzarian, who had never been needed by anyone, who had never had a family or a home or an identity worth protecting, simply went along with it. He became Seymour Skinner. He took the name, the history, the mother, the career. He lived inside the stolen identity for 20 years. And then the real Skinner walked through the door. The truth is fully exposed. Every person in Springfield knows that their principal is a fraud, that the man who has run their school, raised his mother's children, been a fixture of their community for 2 decades is not who he said he was. And Springfield holds a meeting to decide what to do about it. What the meeting produces is remarkable in a way that the show presents as comedy, but that, if you let it sit quietly, is one of the most accurate depictions of community psychology the show has ever offered. Springfield votes not to investigate, not to prosecute, not to restore the real Skinner's identity or compensate him for the 20 years of his life that were appropriated by a stranger. The town votes on a more fundamental question. Should the truth be acknowledged at all? The answer is unanimous. No, Judge Snyder issues a legal decree. Armin Tamzarian is legally, permanently, officially Seymour Skinner. The actual Seymour Skinner, the war veteran who survived captivity and came home to find his name occupied, is tied to a railroad car and physically expelled from Springfield. The judge makes it explicitly illegal to ever mention the truth again, under penalty of torture. Torture. The community has decided that the truth is not just inconvenient, but criminal. That anyone who insists on the actual version of events, anyone who maintains that the man standing in Springfield was not who he claimed to be, is someone who should be physically harmed. Not metaphorically, explicitly, under legal decree. Speaking the truth is now a torturable offense in Springfield. This is why fans hated it. The episode seemed to undermine everything the show had built about Skinner as a character. His Vietnam service, his relationship with Agnes, his dynamic with Bart. If Tamzarian is Skinner, then none of that was real. The foundation of a character who had been developed across 8 seasons was revealed to be fabricated. And the show's response to this revelation was not to treat it as a crisis, but to have the town vote to pretend it had not happened and legally prohibit anyone from disagreeing. But here's the thing. Springfield has always been this town. This is not a new character for Springfield to be playing. This is not a departure from what the show established in its earlier seasons. This is the most explicit and direct depiction of a dynamic that has been operating in Springfield since the beginning. The town has always chosen comfortable fictions over uncomfortable truths. The town has always collectively agreed to forget things that do not serve the preferred narrative. The only difference with this episode is that the show let you see the mechanism. Every other time Springfield forgets a catastrophe, it happens off-screen. Between episodes, you simply notice, without fanfare, that nobody is talking about the thing that happened last week. The dome is gone, and nobody mentions it. The retirement castle has been rebuilt, and nobody asked how. Burns was shot, and the town moved on. The reset happens silently, in the gap between credits and cold open, in the space where the show's episodic structure allows continuity to quietly dissolve. The principal and the pauper is the one time the show made the reset visible, the one time it put the voting mechanism on screen. The one time it showed you not just that the town forgot, but how the town decided to forget through explicit collective action, through legal decree, through the physical removal of anyone who refused to go along. Consider how many events in Springfield's history should have permanently changed the town's reality and did not. The town has been sealed under a glass dome by the Environmental Protection Agency. The federal government looked at Springfield and concluded that its level of contamination required physical containment from the surrounding country. The dome went up, and by the following episode or the following season, nobody speaks of it. The dome is gone. Springfield is uncontained. The contamination presumably continues. And the fact that the federal government classified this town as a public health emergency, requiring architectural isolation, does not appear in anyone's reference to the town's recent history. The town has been destroyed multiple times and rebuilt as if nothing happened. It has survived nuclear near misses at the plant that should have triggered federal responses and permanent regulatory consequences. It has experienced the sun being blocked and a vigilante response and a public confrontation with its primary employer that, in any realistic setting, would produce lasting institutional change. None of it sticks. The fans call it episodic storytelling. The coma theory calls it a dreaming brain resetting between cycles. The radiation theory calls it the cognitive damage of chronic contamination, compromising the town's collective memory. But the principal and the pauper says something different. It says the town is not forgetting passively, it is forgetting actively. It is making a deliberate, collective, legally enforced choice to maintain its preferred version of reality over any version that would require actual reckoning. This is how real communities function when the truth is too expensive. Small towns, particularly, have a documented capacity for collective denial that outsiders tend to find either incomprehensible or terrifying, depending on how well they understand community psychology. When the truth threatens the social fabric tends to be protective of itself. Scandals get buried, crimes get rationalized. People who insist on the truth get characterized as troublemakers, as people who will not let things go, as individuals whose commitment to accuracy is doing more harm to community cohesion than the original problem. And eventually they leave, or are pushed out, or simply exhaust themselves against the wall of consensus until they stop. The real Seymour Skinner is pushed out, literally, tied to a railroad car and expelled. Because the truth he represents is the truth that Springfield cannot afford. His presence says that an official narrative, maintained with the full weight of community consensus, can be wrong. That the man everyone trusted as Seymour Skinner was not who he said. And if Skinner was not who he said, then the logic of that admission does not stop there. If official narratives can be wrong about Skinner, they can be wrong about other things. About the water, about the fish, about the plant, about who signs Homer's checks and what that man has done to this town across 140 years of operation. Springfield cannot open that door, so it makes it illegal to knock on it. Connect this to every other theory we have discussed tonight, and the episode becomes a Rosetta Stone for understanding Springfield's psychology. If the radiation theory is true, then Springfield forgets the dome and the contamination, and the three-eyed fish because the contamination has compromised the memory function of the entire population. They literally cannot sustain the knowledge of their own situation. But the principal and the pauper suggest something darker. They could remember if they chose to. They choose not to. The forgetting is not purely neurological. It is also social. It is also the collective agreement of a community that has calculated accurately that remembering is too dangerous, If the coma theory is true and Homer's dreaming brain is generating all of this, then the episode is Homer's unconscious mind constructing a scenario in which a whole community votes to maintain a fiction because that is what Homer needs to believe. He needs to believe that false identities can become real through collective agreement because his own coma, his own situation, is itself a fiction that his dreaming brain is maintaining against the truth of what is actually happening in that hospital bed. As long as Springfield votes to keep the lie, Homer's dream can keep the lie. As long as nobody questions Tamzarian, nobody questions the dream. The Principal and the Pauper is the show's most important episode about how Springfield maintains itself. Not the best episode, not the most entertaining, but the most honest, the most structurally revealing. The episode that shows you the machinery underneath the reset, the voting mechanism behind the forgetting, the legal apparatus that turns truth into a criminal offense. Armand Tamzarian is still pretending to be Seymour Skinner. Springfield is still pretending everything is fine. And the real Seymour Skinner is still somewhere out there, tied to his railroad car, expelled from his own life. The last honest man in a town that made honesty illegal. Let that sit quietly as we drift toward what comes next. Section 9. The predictions. What the show got right, why it happened, and the theory that the show shaped reality. There is a moment that arrives for most longtime viewers of The Simpsons, usually somewhere in their 20s or 30s, when the show stops feeling like a comedy and starts feeling like something else. Something slightly uncomfortable. Something that raises a question you cannot quite dismiss once it has occurred to you. The question is this: how does a cartoon made by human writers in a writer's room in Los Angeles keep predicting the future? Not metaphorically, not vaguely, not in the way that all satire eventually rhymes with something that really happens, because satire exaggerates real tendencies, and real tendencies have predictable trajectories. The Simpsons does that too, of course, but that is not what we are talking about tonight. Tonight, we are talking about something more specific, something that requires a different kind of explanation than simple satirical extrapolation. We are talking about the episode from 2000 that showed Donald Trump riding a golden escalator down into a crowd of supporters while running for president. We are talking about the episode from 1995 that depicted a handheld device sending automatic grammar-corrected messages, a feature that would not be standard on smartphones for more than a decade. We are talking about the episode from 1998 that mentioned a clock that could be set using an atomic signal from a satellite, technology that became commercially common in the 2000s. We are talking about Lady Gaga performing in a Super Bowl halftime show in a flying rig, depicted in a 2012 episode before the 2017 halftime show, where she did exactly that, in nearly identical staging. We are talking about smartwatches, about video calling, about discovery of the Higgs boson, which the show depicted in a 1998 episode using a formula on a blackboard that, when later examined by actual physicists, turned out to correspond to the predicted mass of the Higgs boson with startling accuracy. About a three-eyed fish being caught near a nuclear plant in an episode from 1990, years before the discovery of actual genetic mutations in fish near nuclear facilities became regular environmental news. About self-service checkout machines in grocery stores. About faulty voting machines that switched votes. About a city water supply that turned out to be contaminated. About a disease outbreak originating in Asia and spreading globally, depicted in a 2010 episode of a spin-off that played with remarkable specificity against the geography of an actual pandemic 10 years later. The list is long. The internet has cataloged it obsessively, If you search for Simpsons predictions, you will find hundreds of supposed examples, some more convincing than others, some clearly coincidental, some requiring significant interpretive generosity to call a genuine hit. But even filtered for quality, even accounting for the reality that a show running continuously for more than 3 decades will occasionally intersect with reality simply through sheer volume of output, the list remains striking. The hits are too specific, too detailed, too eerily matched in their particulars to dismiss entirely. So the question becomes, what is actually happening here? There are several theories, and they range from the entirely rational to the genuinely strange. The most rational explanation is what statisticians call the law of large numbers combined with confirmation bias. The Simpsons has produced over 700 episodes. Each episode contains dozens of jokes, gags, background details, throwaway lines, character decisions, and plot elements. Over 35 years, that is an enormous number of individual creative choices, tens of thousands of them, each of which has some probability of being matched by a real-world event at some point in the following decades. If you fire enough arrows, some of them will hit targets that appear significant. And crucially, when The Simpsons get something wrong, when they predict something that never happens, or when they predict something in one direction and reality goes another, nobody makes a viral video about it. The confirmation bias runs hard in one direction. We notice the hits, we ignore the misses. The ratio looks miraculous because we are only counting one side of the ledger. This explanation is compelling and probably accounts for a significant portion of the examples, but it does not account for all of them. And more importantly, it does not account for the mechanism of the predictions that did come true. Because even if we accept that some of these were coincidences generated by volume, the coincidences still require an explanation for how the writers arrived at them. And when you look closely at the circumstances of the most striking predictions, a different picture begins to emerge. The writers of The Simpsons have, at various points in the show's history, included people with backgrounds in mathematics, physics, computer science, medicine, law, and economics, alongside the comedians and storytellers who form the core of any television writing room. Some of them came from academia. Some of them came from specialized technical fields. When they needed to write a joke involving a scientific formula, they sometimes looked up actual scientific formulas, or consulted with people who knew them, and incorporated elements of genuine, cutting-edge research into the background of a visual gag. The Higgs boson formula in the 1998 episode was not a guess. It was an informed creative choice made by someone who knew enough about particle physics to put something plausible on that blackboard. The fact that it turned out to be accurate was not a coincidence so much as it was competence. The competence of a research-oriented comedy team that actually did their homework. Similarly, the depiction of handheld devices with grammar correction, of video calling, of digital watches, of self-driving cars, these were not guesses. They were extrapolations from genuine technological trajectories that the writers were following. The technology industry in the 1990s was genuinely discussing all of these things. Papers were being written, prototypes were being built. Someone in that writer's room was reading those papers, attending those conferences, talking to people at technology companies, and then converting that knowledge into jokes about near-future Springfield. The predictions look miraculous only if you assume the writers were guessing. If you know they were informed, they look inevitable. The Trump escalator moment is perhaps the most frequently cited example, and it deserves closer examination because it is the one that makes people most uncomfortable. The 2000 episode, which was created during the period of intense public fascination with the possibility of a Trump presidential run that had been discussed and speculated about in the media for years, was not predicting something unlikely. It was predicting something that many political observers thought was essentially inevitable given Trump's media profile, his documented interest in running, and his particular talent for the theatrical politics of that era. The joke was not a guess about an unlikely future. It was a logical extension of a present that the writers could see clearly because they were paying attention. This is the key insight. The show did not predict the future by magical means. It predicted the future by paying better attention to the present than most people do. By taking seriously the trajectories that polite society preferred to wave away as jokes or impossibilities. By treating the absurdities of power, technology, media, and culture as worthy of genuine analysis rather than dismissal. And then by presenting that analysis as comedy, which made it accessible and memorable in ways that dry forecasting never could be. But here's where the theory gets interesting. Here's where it shifts from the rational into something that is, at minimum, philosophically provocative. There is a school of thought, not widely held, but rigorously argued by a small number of media theorists and cultural critics, that says the show did not merely predict the future, the show shaped it. The argument runs like this. The Simpsons, at its peak, was the most watched entertainment property in the United States and much of the Western world. Episodes were seen by 30 to 40 million viewers per week at times. The show was culturally dominant in a way that is difficult to explain to anyone who came of age after the era of appointment television, after streaming fractured audiences into 1,000 separate streams. For a period of roughly a decade, from the early 1990s to the early 2000s, The Simpsons was as close to a universal cultural experience as American popular entertainment had ever produced. Almost everyone had seen it. Almost everyone referenced it. Almost everyone had specific episodes they could discuss with strangers as a form of social shorthand. When a show reaches that level of cultural saturation, it does not merely reflect culture. It participates in forming it. It creates mental models that tens of millions of people carry with them when they make decisions, when they vote, when they choose careers, when they design products, when they run companies. Ideas that appeared first as Simpsons jokes became familiar and comfortable in the culture, which made them more likely to be pursued seriously, which made them more likely to eventually become real. Consider the escalator entrance. Whether or not you believe that Donald Trump consciously modeled his campaign announcement on a Simpsons episode, and there is no evidence that he did, the image of a populist businessman descending to his supporters on a golden escalator had been pre-implanted in the culture by the show. It had been seeded. It had become a familiar visual grammar. Whether Trump's team knew the episode existed or not, the audience watching his announcement in 2015 had somewhere to put it. It fit a pattern they already knew, and patterns that fit pre-existing mental models are more memorable, more shareable, more likely to go viral, more likely to define a moment. The show did not program Trump, but it may have pre-tuned the audience to receive him. This is the theory that the writers occasionally hint at when interviewed. Not that they have special foreknowledge, not that they are accessing some mystical window into the future, but that 35 years of careful attention to power, to technology, to human nature, and to the specific pathologies of American culture has given them a kind of literacy that most people lack. They can read where things are going because they have spent their careers studying where things have been. And when enough people internalize that literacy through watching the show, when enough engineers and politicians and executives carry Simpsons episodes in their cultural memory, the show's depictions of possible futures become quietly influential in the construction of actual futures. The show is not a prophet. It is a mirror that enough people look into every week that the mirror starts to influence the face looking into it. There is a third explanation, quieter than the others, that surfaces occasionally in fan discussions and is usually treated as a joke, but deserves to be taken seriously for a moment. The theory is that the show is not made by human writers at all, or rather that the show is not made only by human writers, that at some point in its production history, the theory varies on when. Some say the beginning, some say when the show was at its peak, some say now. The Simpsons became something other than conventional television writing, a collaborative project between human writers and something else, something that has access to information the writers should not have, something that feeds them the specific details, the accurate formulas, the precise predictions through a channel that does not look like conventional research or creative inspiration. The show in this telling is a channel, a broadcast from somewhere that knows things, and the writers are not so much creators as they are transcribers, capturing a signal that is coming from somewhere they cannot see, embedding it in jokes and gags and throwaway background details because that is the only container available to them. Because a comedy about a cartoon family is the only form through which the signal can be transmitted without being dismissed or suppressed. This theory is, to be clear, not a theory most rational people find compelling. It requires believing in mechanisms of knowledge transmission that have no verified physical basis. It requires believing that the writers of a television show are receiving information from a source outside normal human experience and converting it into episodes of television. And yet, the people who hold this theory are not primarily irrational people. They are often people who have spent considerable time studying the show's predictions in detail, who have filtered out the coincidences and the confirmation bias artifacts, and who are left with a residue of examples they cannot explain through either volume-based probability or informed extrapolation. They are people who have noticed that some of the most specific predictions, not the broad satirical ones, not the technological extrapolations, but the genuinely precise ones involving specific numbers, specific names, specific sequences of events, arrived in episodes that show no evidence of prior research, no access to relevant expertise, no clear creative ancestry from which the specific prediction could have logically derived. They are people who are comfortable sitting with the possibility that some things do not have satisfying rational explanations, not because they have rejected rationality, but because they have been thorough enough to know where rationality's explanatory power runs out. The show predicted. Some of it was research, some of it was volume, some of it was cultural influence flowing back as apparent prediction, and some small remainder sits in a category that has no comfortable name. What that remainder means is something each viewer has to decide for themselves. But the most interesting version of the prediction theory, the one that lies underneath all the others, the one that connects to everything else we have discussed tonight, is the version that asks not what the show predicted, but why it keeps running. Why, of all the television shows in history, this one has persisted for 35 years and counting. Why the writers keep returning to it. Why the network keeps airing it. Why the audience keeps watching. The coma theory says Homer is dreaming and the show continues as long as he lives. If he dies, the show ends. The show has never ended. Homer has therefore never died. But the prediction theory suggests something else. It suggests that the show continues because it is doing something useful. Something that goes beyond entertainment. Something that has made it, in some sense, necessary. The show continues because it is still watching, still paying attention, still encoding what it sees in jokes and episodes and background details, still seeding the culture with mental models that will shape how tens of millions of people approach the next decade. The show is not entertainment, it is infrastructure, and it will run as long as the future requires a preview. Close your eyes if you like. Feel the weight of that settle in. The idea that what you have been watching all these years is not a cartoon about a cartoon family, but a continuous act of cultural encoding. A show that knows more than it should about what is coming because that is, in some fundamental sense, what it is for. The yellow family in the yellow house in the town with no location, watching everything, knowing things, and sending it back to us in the form of jokes. Section 10. The Town on No Map. Springfield's impossible geography and what it protects. Let us talk about where Springfield is. Or rather, let us talk about the fact that nobody knows where Springfield is. That the show has spent 35 years making sure nobody knows where Springfield is. That the creators have gone out of their way to contradict every possible identification of the town's real-world location, and that this is not an accident but a systematic and almost aggressive act of geographic erasure that, once you start thinking about it seriously, begins to look less like a creative choice and more like a protective measure. Every American state has a Springfield. There are Springfields in Illinois, in Missouri, in Ohio, in Oregon, in Massachusetts, in Virginia, in Tennessee, in Georgia, in Colorado, and a dozen others. The name itself is generic, chosen with obvious deliberateness, a placeholder name from a children's picture book era of naming that implies a town with a spring and a field and no particular character of its own. The name says nothing. It could be anywhere. It is designed to be nowhere. And the show honors this nowhereness with extraordinary dedication. When you watch The Simpsons carefully, not casually, not as background noise, but carefully with attention to geography, you begin to notice something that requires either a massive continuity error spanning 35 years or a deliberate creative policy. The show contradicts its own geography constantly, systematically, and without apology. Springfield has been shown to neighbor an ocean, a beach episode where the family drives for what appears to be a short trip, arriving at a coast that looks like the Pacific. It has also been shown to be entirely landlocked, surrounded by other small towns and farmland. It has been shown to be within reasonable driving distance of a major metropolitan area, with the family making day trips to a city that looks like New York or Chicago or Los Angeles, depending on the episode. It has also been shown to be genuinely isolated, hours from anything, a small town in the middle of a vast and featureless American middle. The Springfield nuclear power plant is situated near a river in some episodes and near a lake in others. The Quickie Mart has moved. The school has changed its relationship to the rest of the town. Landmarks appear and disappear and reappear in different orientations relative to each other. There is a mountain visible from certain episodes that does not appear in others. There is a canyon. There is a desert. There is a forest. There is a snowpack. There is a beach. There is no consistent climate, no consistent topography, no consistent relationship between the town's fixed landmarks, because the geography of Springfield is not intended to be navigable. It is intended to be representative. Matt Groening, who created the show, has given interviews over the decades in which he has addressed the question of Springfield's location with varying degrees of directness. In one of the most famous, he acknowledged that the show deliberately avoids committing to a specific state, using the ambiguity as a creative tool that allows Springfield to be the hometown of every American viewer, regardless of where they actually live. The show is not set in a specific place because it is set in every place. Springfield is America. Springfield is the generic American town in the same way that the Simpson family is the generic American family, not realistic enough to alienate any particular regional identity, representative enough to resonate with all of them. This is the official explanation, and it is true as far as it goes. But fans who have studied the geography in detail have noticed that the official explanation, while accurate, is not complete. Because the contradictions in Springfield's geography are not simply the organic result of a writer's room that does not think too hard about continuity. They are too consistent, too thoroughgoing, too systematically comprehensive. Every time the show comes close to establishing a firm geographic identity, something happens to contradict it. Every time fans think they have identified the state, Oregon fans have been particularly persistent about this. The following season includes an episode that makes Oregon impossible. Every time the show acknowledges a fan theory about the location, the next set of episodes moves the goalposts. This pattern of sustained geographic contradiction has led some fans to propose what might be called the geographic protection theory. The theory begins with a question: what would Springfield actually be if it were a real place? It is a small American town with a nuclear power plant on a river or lake, with direct access to a coast and also to a desert and also to mountains, with 4 distinct seasons including heavy snowfall and also mild beach weather, with a relatively short drive to a major city and also genuine geographic isolation, with a canyon and a forest and a downtown and a Chinatown and an Italiante district and a section that looks like Paris and a section that looks like Japan. No such place exists. The geography of Springfield is physically impossible in the real world because it combines geographic features that cannot coexist within the area the show suggests. You cannot have beach access and mountain snowpack and desert and forest all within a day's drive if the town is genuinely small and genuinely isolated. The geography is not just ambiguous, it is contradictory in a way that suggests the map Springfield exists on is not the map of the real United States. Some fans take this as confirmation of the coma theory. Homer's dreaming brain does not have a consistent internal geography because dreams do not have consistent internal geography. The landscape shifts and contradicts itself because the rules of dream space apply. Things are where they need to be for the dream's narrative purposes, not where they would be in physical reality. Springfield has a beach when the story needs a beach. Springfield has a mountain when the story needs a mountain. The geography serves the dream, not the other way around. But the geographic protection theory suggests something different. It suggests that Springfield's impossible geography is not accidental or dreamlike, but deliberate. That the show has systematically made it impossible to locate Springfield, because locating Springfield would expose something that needs to remain hidden. What would be exposed is this: the nuclear contamination. If the radiation theory is true, if Springfield has been experiencing systematic environmental contamination from Burns's plant for over a century, if the water and the food and the air have been altered by radioactive exposure in ways that produce the mutations and the cognitive effects and the physical anomalies we see in the population, then Springfield's location matters enormously, because a contaminated zone of the kind the show depicts would, in the real world, have a very specific geography. It would be located on a specific river or lake system, in a specific watershed, in a specific prevailing wind pattern. The contamination would have a direction. It would be moving somewhere. It would be affecting somewhere downwind, downstream, connected. If you could map Springfield onto the real United States, you could trace the contamination. You could follow the watershed downstream. You could identify the communities that are unknowingly receiving the effluent of Burns's plant through the connected water systems. You could potentially begin to hold someone accountable. The show's geographic impossibility makes this impossible. There is no downstream. There is no watershed you can follow. Springfield exists in a topographic never-never land, where the river runs both north and south and the wind blows in all directions, and the mountain is sometimes to the east and sometimes to the west, and the coast is sometimes accessible and sometimes it is not. You cannot trace the contamination because you cannot locate the source. And perhaps more importantly, you cannot hold Burns accountable in the real world, not for anything, not even symbolically, because Burns does not exist in the real world's geography. He exists in Springfield's geography, and Springfield's geography is nowhere. This is the protection the geographic ambiguity provides. It protects not the show's creative flexibility, as the official explanation claims, but the show's central antagonist. It keeps Burns outside the reach of any real-world accountability by making his power plant exist in a space that real-world law and real-world geography cannot address. There is a detail that supports this theory that is easy to miss. In the episode that features the three-eyed fish, the environmental regulators who come to investigate Burns's plant are eventually defeated. They arrive, they investigate, they find evidence of contamination, and then they fail to hold Burns accountable. The exact mechanism of their failure varies across the episode. Burns uses political influence. The investigation is compromised, the evidence is dismissed. But the geographical dimension of their failure is never directly addressed. They cannot pursue Burns beyond Springfield because Springfield has no beyond. Once they leave the town, they are in a real geography. But the contamination they are trying to trace comes from a non-geography. You cannot file a report about pollution from a plant that does not exist on any map. The regulator cannot win. Not because Burns is powerful, though he is. Not because the political system is corrupt, though it is. But because the regulatory mechanism of the real world requires a specific location, a specific watershed reference, a specific property address, a specific permit filed under a specific state's regulatory framework. And Burns's plant has none of these things. It sits in Springfield, which is everywhere and nowhere, which has jurisdiction from every state simultaneously, and therefore from none of them. The geographic impossibility is the best protection Burns has. This connects to a broader fan theory about the show's relationship to its own antagonists. In a conventional narrative, the hero defeats the villain eventually. The arc bends toward justice. The corruption is exposed, the environmental criminal is prosecuted, the contamination is cleaned up, the community is made whole. Conventional narrative requires this because conventional narrative is fundamentally moral. It needs resolution, it needs the establishment of consequence, it needs the world to end in a better state than it began. The Simpsons is not a conventional narrative. It does not resolve, it does not build toward justice. Burns is not defeated, the contamination is not cleaned up, the water is not made safe. The town votes each episode to maintain its preferred reality, and the next episode begins with everything reset. This is not a storytelling failure, this is a structural commitment. The show has made a deliberate decision to be a narrative without resolution, to depict a world in which the villain is too powerful, too entrenched, too geographically protected to ever face genuine accountability. And the geographic impossibility is the physical expression of that commitment. Springfield cannot be located because located Springfields can eventually be cleaned up. Real contaminated places, Love Canal, Chernobyl, Flint, have locations. And having locations means having regulatory jurisdiction. Having regulatory jurisdiction means having someone who can eventually be held responsible. The people of Love Canal were eventually relocated. Flint eventually got clean pipes. The process was agonizingly slow, the accountability frustratingly incomplete. But it happened because those places are real places on real maps. Springfield cannot be cleaned up because Springfield is not on the map. Burns wins not because he is invulnerable. He wins because he is located in a nowhere that the instruments of accountability cannot reach. Close your eyes for a moment and let the town go shapeless. Let Springfield be everywhere at once. The beach and the mountain and the desert and the river, all simultaneously. None of them fixed, none of them subject to the normal laws of geography. The yellow family in their yellow house on a street that is also every street. The plant cooling towers visible from every window, in every direction, regardless of which way you turn. This is the town's real map. Not a geographic document, but a psychological one. A map of all the things that exist everywhere and nowhere, and therefore cannot be addressed. The contamination that is in every American water supply, and therefore in none. The corruption that has been in every American industry, and therefore is impossible to prosecute. The complacency that has been in every American community, and therefore cannot be reformed. Springfield is not a place on the American map. It is a hole in it. And through the hole every week you can see exactly what is underneath. Section 11, The Man Who Dies Every Week. Hans Moleman, Ned Flanders, and the quietest tragedies in Springfield. There is a man in Springfield who dies constantly. He is not Homer Simpson, although Homer has died in certain non-canonical episodes and hypothetical sequences. He is not a character the show treats as significant. He is background. He is recurring scenery. He appears in crowd shots and brief cutaways and throwaway gags, and almost every time he appears, something terrible happens to him. He is crushed, struck by vehicles, set on fire, falls from significant heights, is bitten by animals, suffers medical events, is buried alive, and generally experiences a parade of catastrophes that would, in a realistic setting, represent an entirely impossible accumulation of fatal events. His name is Hans Moleman. His age has been given variously as 40 years old, which appears to be a joke given his elderly appearance. As very old in other episodes, as having been born at a date that makes his survival itself improbable. As someone who has simply always existed in Springfield without clear origin or clear history. He has a speaking voice that is thin and soft and somehow perpetually defeated, as if he has made peace with the certainty that whatever is about to happen to him will not be pleasant. The fan theories about Hans Moleman fall into several categories, and the most interesting of them connect his persistent deaths to the larger mythology of Springfield in ways that reframe every episode he appears in. The most widely discussed is the immortality contamination theory. The radiation theory, as we have already explored, suggests that long-term exposure to the plant's emissions produces unpredictable physiological effects in Springfield's residents. Most of these effects are negative: cognitive impairment, physical mutations, compromised immune function, the three-eyed fish being merely the most visible evidence of genetic disruption. But the theory also notes that the effects are not uniform. Exposure to radiation does not produce identical outcomes in all individuals. Depending on dosage, genetics, pre-existing health factors, and a dozen other variables, the same contaminant can produce wildly different effects in different people. In burns, as we explored, the theory suggests that radiation exposure in a controlled and sustained manner has produced something resembling biological immortality. An organism so thoroughly permeated by the plant's emissions that its cellular maintenance and repair systems have been rewired in ways that prevent normal aging and death. Burns's impossible age, his accumulation of diseases that do not kill him, his physical fragility coexisting with seemingly indefinite survival. All of this points to an organism that cannot die through normal means because the contamination has permanently altered its relationship to mortality. Molman represents the theory's dark corollary. If Burns's immortality comes from controlled, sustained, historically deep exposure, from a century and more of systematic contamination absorbed into every cell of an organism that has had time to adapt, then Molman's immortality comes from acute, repetitive, traumatic exposure in a body that is not adapted, but has simply been forced by some mechanism of the contamination to survive each new catastrophe, regardless of its severity. Burns lives because his cells have been rewired to maintain themselves indefinitely. Molman survives because some mechanism of the Springfield contamination, perhaps something in the water, perhaps something in the specific frequency of radiation his location receives, perhaps something about his own unusual physiology, has made his body impossible to kill despite its visible fragility. He does not survive as many deaths gracefully or healthily. He survives them in the way that a rag pulled through a machine might survive the machine. Damaged, worn, barely recognizable as the thing it was, but technically still a rag. Every death and survival costs him something. He looks worse each time, older each time, more worn each time. He is immortal the way a bruise is immortal, not because it is strong, but because it never fully heals. The theory suggests that Molman is one of the most visible demonstrations of the Springfield contamination's effects on people who are not powerful enough to manage their exposure. Burns lives in his guarded compound, controlling the terms of his contamination with scientific precision, taking the benefits and minimizing the harms. Molman is a civilian, exposed to whatever levels the uncontrolled environment provides, receiving no medical supervision, experiencing the contamination's effects without filter or management. The result is not the graceful extended life Burns enjoys, but a kind of involuntary endurance. A body that keeps functioning regardless of the damage it sustains, because the contamination has severed the normal link between damage and cessation of function. Molman cannot die not because he is protected, but because he is broken. There is a darker version of this theory that some fans find uncomfortable, but others find the most truthful. Molman represents what happens to the poor in a contaminated town. Burns has the resources to manage his contamination, to take it on his own terms, to convert it into longevity. The rest of Springfield, the working and middle-class residents, experience its effects randomly and without control, sometimes gaining strange survivability, sometimes experiencing mutations, sometimes experiencing nothing, and sometimes experiencing everything. Molman falls at one extreme of this distribution. He receives the survival without the quality of life that survival ought to imply. He is proof that the contamination does not distribute its effects fairly, that the wealthy can weaponize it while the poor simply endure whatever it decides to give them. Every Molman death is not a punchline in this reading. It is a data point in an experiment being conducted on Springfield's population without their knowledge or consent. Now let us talk about Ned Flanders. Ned Flanders is the show's most interesting character, which is a bold claim in a show full of interesting characters, but one that becomes more defensible the longer you examine it. On the surface, Ned is a religious neighbor. He is cheerful, he is devout, he is relentlessly kind, and he serves as a foil for Homer's irreverence and selfishness. He is richer than Homer, which is a source of friction. His house is nicer. His lawn is better maintained. His children are better behaved. His marriage was happier before his wife died. He is in every visible dimension doing life more successfully than Homer, and his sincere Christian faith is the show's primary vehicle for examining American religious culture with a combination of affection and gentle satire. This is the official reading, the reading the show presents, the reading that explains Ned adequately for casual viewing. The fan theory reading goes somewhere much stranger. The most prominent Ned Flanders theory begins with a scene from season 1 that most viewers have seen, but few have thought about carefully. In this scene, Ned reveals that he was, as a child, subjected to years of experimental psychology. Specifically, that his parents, portrayed as 1960s beatnik types who rejected conventional parenting, took him to a child psychologist named Dr. Foster, who subjected him to a then experimental technique of intensive behavioral modification. The technique, 8 months of relentless spanking administered on a schedule determined by the doctor, was designed to address Ned's extreme behavioral difficulties as a child. It apparently worked. By the end of the 8 months, Ned was perfectly behaved. The rage and the chaos and the difficult behavior had all been suppressed. The word the episode uses is interesting. The difficult behavior was suppressed, not resolved, not addressed at its root. Suppressed. What the fan theory asks is, where did it go? 8 months of behavioral modification therapy in a child in the 1960s is, from the perspective of modern psychology, not a neutral intervention. The techniques used during that era, before the field developed more sophisticated understanding of childhood behavior, often produced adults with complex suppression mechanisms. People who had learned to seal off certain emotional responses so thoroughly that they could function in social settings, while the underlying drives remained entirely intact, compressed behind the seal, pressing against it with all the force of years of unaddressed energy. The theory proposes that Ned Flanders is the most repressed person in Springfield, that the cheerful, relentlessly positive, terminally kind surface is not who Ned is, it is the seal over who Ned is. And who Ned is, underneath the seal, is something that the show gives us occasional glimpses of, in moments when the seal cracks. The moments are brief and always quickly smoothed over, but they are there. The scene in which Ned screams at the family after losing his house to a tornado, temporarily losing his faith and his characteristic cheerfulness in a torrent of compressed frustration. The moments when the facade slips and something else shows in his eyes for just a second. The episodes in the later seasons that show Ned taking on characteristics of possessiveness, of neediness, of a kind of controlling religiosity that is less about genuine faith and more about the management of forces inside himself that require the structures of religious observance to stay contained. Ned's faith in this reading is not primarily spiritual. It is structural. The rules of his religious practice, the prayers and the disciplines and the behavioral codes, are not expressions of his relationship with God, but mechanisms by which he keeps the compressed energy behind the seal from escaping. His religiosity is obsessive because it has to be. The moment the discipline relaxes, the moment he skips a prayer or allows himself a drink or fails to observe the ritual correctly, the seal loosens by a fraction. And behind it is 8 months of a child's rage and confusion and need, preserved intact by the suppression, waiting with the patience of decades. The most chilling version of the Ned Flanders theory connects his psychological architecture to the show's broader exploration of Springfield's darkness. In a town where the water is contaminated, where the cognitive effects of radiation are reshaping behavior, where the social contract is built on collective denial, Ned represents the most successful application of behavioral suppression to a human being. He has been modified more thoroughly than any other character, his true self sealed away with more professionalism and more dedication than the town's other suppressions, which are crude and social and frequently crack. Ned's suppression is internal and personal and has been maintained for decades with extraordinary discipline. He is the most functional seeming person in Springfield. He is also, by one reading, the most thoroughly wounded. And there's something in the show's treatment of Ned's children that supports this. Rod and Todd Flanders are perhaps the most disturbing children in the show, not because they are bad children. They are the opposite. They are extraordinarily good children, almost impossibly good, frightened by the slightest deviation from their father's behavioral codes, jumping when they hear words like sex or die, describing their recreation in terms of approved religious activities, and shrinking from anything that might represent a normal childhood's engagement with conflict, competition, or emotional complexity. They are being formed in their father's image. They are being given the seal before they have developed the compressed energy that makes the seal necessary. They are being taught by a loving father who genuinely does not know he is doing it, to suppress first and experience later, to build the mechanism before the feeling arrives, so that when the feeling arrives, it has nowhere to go but behind the door that is already installed. The generational transmission of Ned's psychological architecture to his children is, in the fan theory reading, the show's most genuinely tragic storyline. Homer's children have problems. Bart acts out. Lisa is lonely. But Homer's parenting, chaotic and neglectful as it often is, at least allows his children to feel things. His household is messy and loud and frequently irresponsible, but it is permeable to reality in ways that Ned's household is not. Ned's household is sealed, perfectly maintained, perfectly controlled, and behind every sealed, perfectly maintained, perfectly controlled house in every town like Springfield, there is something being kept in that is waiting, with great patience, for the moment the seal gives way. Together, Molman and Ned represent the two ways Springfield's damage manifests in its residents. Moleman is the external damage, the physical effects of the contamination on a body that cannot protect itself, the accumulation of trauma visible in every scar and near miss and impossible survival. Ned is the internal damage, the psychological effects of a culture of suppression on a mind that has been trained since childhood to keep its true contents behind the most thoroughly constructed seal in Springfield's history. They are the town's two faces, the body that will not die, the mind that will not open, and they share the screen, occasionally, in episodes where neither of them is the focus, passing each other on sidewalks in the background, two monuments to different kinds of survival in a place that has perfected the art of enduring things that should not be endurable. Hans Molman nods at Ned Flanders as he is about to be hit by a bus. Ned Flanders nods back, sincerely, with his whole compressed heart. The bus comes. Molman survives. Ned continues his lawn maintenance in perfect, disciplined peace. And Springfield goes on. Section 12. The Loop We Built. The Floating Timeline. Why Nobody Ages, and Why We Keep Watching. We have been in this town for a long time tonight. We have walked its contaminated streets and breathed its questionable air, and drunk its questionable water, and looked at its residents without the comfortable distance that casual viewing provides. We have seen Burns's immortal face and Homer's sleeping form and Maggie's watchful eyes and Ned's sealed expression and the impossible geography stretching in all directions without arriving anywhere. We have heard the show's predictions and considered what they mean. We have understood in more detail than is perhaps comfortable what Springfield is and what it does to the people who live there. Now let us talk about time. Specifically, let us talk about the floating timeline, the show's most openly acknowledged structural impossibility, and the one that contains, underneath its apparently simple explanation, the most profound mystery of the entire series. The Simpsons does not age its characters. This is known. It is openly acknowledged by the showrunners, by the writers, by anyone who has ever been interviewed about the show's continuity. The Simpson family does not grow older across the series run. Bart begins as 10 years old and remains 10 years old through 35 years of episodes. Lisa begins as 8 and remains 8. Maggie begins as an infant and remains an infant. Homer and Marge are in their middle 30s in the first season, and in their middle 30s now. The family moves through time. References to current events, current technology, current culture place the show clearly in whichever year it is currently airing. But the family does not accumulate the years they are moving through. The official explanation, again, is creative necessity. Aging characters creates narrative problems. If Bart were allowed to age naturally from season 1 to the present, he would now be in his mid-40s. The stories you can tell about a 10-year-old boy are different from the stories you can tell about a middle-aged man. And the show's format depends on its characters occupying the positions they have always occupied. Bart as the rebellious schoolboy, Lisa as the precocious overachiever, Homer as the hapless working father, Marge as the patient foundation. Change the ages and you change the positions. Change the positions and you lose the show. This is called a floating timeline. It is used by other long-running entertainment properties, comic book universes, soap operas, long-running animated series. It is a structural choice with a clear creative rationale. The Simpsons simply executes it more visibly than most because the show has run so long that the gap between the show's internal time and the real world's time has grown enormous. A character who was explicitly a child of the 1970s in early episodes is also, in later episodes, a child of the 2000s. Both are true simultaneously. The timeline floats rather than anchors. The official explanation covers this adequately. But the fan theories see something in the floating timeline that the official explanation does not address. The coma theory's version is the most emotionally affecting. If Homer is dreaming, if the entire series is the content of a dreaming brain, suspended in an in-between state between consciousness and death, then the floating timeline is not a structural choice by writers. It is a property of the dreaming state itself. Dreams do not age their participants. Time in dreams is not progressive in the way waking state time is progressive. You can dream of yourself as a child and also as an adult in the same night, in the same dream, without the inconsistency registering as inconsistency, because the dream is not subject to the logic of aging. The floating timeline is how Homer's dreaming brain experiences time, which is to say, it does not experience time the way waking consciousness does. It experiences something more like an eternal present, a now that contains all its other nows simultaneously, a state in which Bart is always 10 because in the territory of Homer's love, Bart will always be 10, will always be the small rebellious boy who needed his father in ways that Homer frequently failed to meet. In the coma theory, the characters do not age because they cannot, because the dreaming brain that generates them will not allow them to grow beyond the forms in which it loves them. Homer's dream is, at its core, a dream of the family he has, not the family he might have if time continued, not the teenagers Bart and Lisa would become, not the adult Maggie, but these specific people at these specific ages, in these specific positions. Growing old would mean leaving, and in Homer's dream, nobody leaves. Nobody grows beyond the point at which Homer's love crystallizes them. They are preserved not in amber, but in the moment of greatest love, suspended there by the force of a sleeping man's feeling for the people he is trying to come back to. This is why the floating timeline exists, not because of creative necessity, because of emotional necessity. Because to age the characters would be to acknowledge that time passes, that children grow up, that parents eventually become peripheral to the lives they shaped, that the specific configuration of the family at the kitchen table, Homer at the head, Marge beside him, Bart across, Lisa reading, Maggie in her high chair, is temporary, is already in the process of dissolving, is always already becoming something else. Homer cannot let them go, so the dream holds them, and they remain exactly as they are forever. The radiation theory's version of the floating timeline is bleaker. If the Springfield contamination produces cognitive effects that compromise the population's ability to track the passage of time, if the radiation damages the parts of the brain that form long-term memories and maintain coherent personal timelines, then the floating timeline is a symptom of that damage. The residents of Springfield do not age in their own perception because their contaminated brains cannot sustain the autobiographical narrative that normal aging requires. You know you are older because you remember being younger. You know your children are growing because you remember them as infants. But if the mechanism that builds that remembered continuity has been damaged, then the felt sense of aging, the internal experience of time's passage, breaks down. Each day begins fresh without the accumulated weight of the days before it. Each year is its first year. Bart is always 10, not because the dream holds him there, but because nobody in Springfield has the cognitive architecture to remember him being any other age. In this reading, the show's cheerfulness is not a virtue. The eternal youth of the Simpson family is not a gift. It is the most visible symptom of a contamination so thorough and so sustained that the town has lost the ability to know its own history. And then there is the theory that connects to everything. The theory that the floating timeline is not a property of Homer's dream, not a symptom of radiation damage, but a feature of the show's fundamental relationship with its audience. A deliberate choice that reveals something true about why we watch. We return to the question with which every version of this theory eventually arrives. Why does anyone keep watching? Not why they watched in the first place. The show's first several seasons were, by any reasonable standard, among the greatest sustained achievements in American television comedy. They were beautiful and funny and emotionally true and formally innovative in ways that reshaped what television could do. The reasons to watch in 1990 and 1991 and 1992 and 1993 are obvious and do not require explanation. The question is why anyone keeps watching. Why the show still has an audience after 35 years. Why new viewers come to it. Why older viewers return to it. Why Homer and Marge and Bart and Lisa and Maggie continue to mean something to people who have seen hundreds of episodes and know every character and have long since stopped expecting the show to surprise them. The floating timeline is the key to this question, and the answer is this. We are not watching for plot. We are watching to return. The Simpsons is not, for most of its long-term viewers, a show you watch because you want to know what happens next. You know what happens next. The family will have a conflict. The conflict will be resolved. The reset will occur. Nobody will age. Nobody will leave. The kitchen table will be occupied by the same 5 people in the same positions it has always been occupied by. This is not suspense. This is not the engine of narrative engagement that drives most storytelling. What it is something that storytelling theory does not have a very good name for, but that every viewer understands intuitively. It is the specific pleasure of returning to a place that is always exactly as you left it. The pleasure of a space that does not change while everything around it does. The pleasure of people who are always themselves, who are never surprised by who they are, who have not grown apart or grown distant or grown into something you no longer recognize. In the real world, everything ages. People you love change and drift and die. Homes are sold and renovated and no longer look the way they looked in your childhood. The configurations of family at the table are temporary. Startlingly temporary, heartbreakingly temporary, over before you realize they have begun. The specific feeling of being a child in that house with those people in those positions will never be available to you again once it is gone. You can return to houses. You cannot return to the exact configuration of love that filled them. The Simpsons returns you to that configuration. Every episode begins with the same scene, the same opening credits, the same theme. The couch gag may vary, the billboard may say something different, but the underlying image is constant. This family, together, arriving from their separate days and coming to rest in the same formation they have always rested in. Bart skateboarding home, Lisa on her bicycle, Homer closing the plant, Marge returning from the store, Maggie being accidentally buckled into a grocery bag and not minding. And then the couch and the television and the five of them assembled in the dark, watching something we never see, settled together for one more evening in the house on Evergreen Terrace. This image does not change. Across 35 years and over 700 episodes, this image is there at the beginning of each episode, essentially unchanged. And the emotional effect it produces in long-term viewers is not boredom or familiarity or the comfortable numbness of something seen too many times. It is something closer to relief, a specific and irreplaceable relief that arrives each time the theme plays and the family assembles. The relief of finding that the thing you needed still exists, that the place you needed to return to is still there, that the specific configuration of love and chaos and warmth and frustration that filled that living room on Evergreen Terrace has not been dissolved by the real world's insistence on change. The floating timeline is what makes this possible. If the family aged, they would eventually be unrecognizable. Bart would become a middle-aged man, incomprehensible to the child he was. Lisa would become someone you do not know anymore. The specific people you came to love would have been replaced by new people wearing their names. But because the timeline floats, because the aging does not occur, the family remains exactly themselves. They are always exactly the people you came to love. They will never become someone you no longer recognize. The return is always possible. The door is always open. The couch is always there, slightly worn, the right height, the right softness, facing the television in the corner, and the family is always about to walk through the door. This is the loop we built. Not the writers of the show, not the creators or the network or the production company. We built it. The viewers, the watchers, the people who have returned to Springfield for a week or a year or a decade or 3 decades. We built it by returning, by making the show mean something to us that the show did not mean on its own. By bringing to every episode everything we have felt about families and homes and the specific, unrepeatable quality of loving specific people in specific places at specific times. We projected that onto Springfield and its inhabitants, and in doing so, we transformed a cartoon family into something that carries more emotional weight than cartoons were supposed to be able to carry. And the loop we built is this. We watch because returning feels good. Returning feels good because they are always there. They are always there because the timeline floats. The timeline floats because the show is built to maintain the feeling that makes us return. And we return because returning feels good. The loop is perfect. It has no beginning and no end. It cannot be broken by the passage of time or the aging of characters or the resolution of plot, because none of those things are what is actually happening when you watch. What is actually happening is something quieter and older and more fundamental than plot. You are sitting on a couch in a town you know. People you love are about to come home. The television is on, and the light it casts is warm and yellow, and the evening is just beginning, and there is no reason for any of this to change. Let it stay like this for a while. Let Springfield be whatever it is: contaminated, dreaming, predicted, geographically impossible, temporally suspended, full of sealed people and immortal men and silent babies watching everything. Let all the theories be true simultaneously. Let Homer be asleep in a hospital and also at the kitchen table. Let Burns be ancient and dying and also eternal. Let Maggie know everything and say nothing. Let Ned hold everything behind the seal with all the strength he has. Let Molman survive another week. Let the geography shift and settle and shift again. Let the timeline float, and let the family come home. They are always coming home, in the show that never ends, in the town that is everywhere and nowhere, in the evening that stretches gently across every episode, soft and warm and endlessly beginning. You have been watching Springfield tonight, and Springfield, in its way, has been watching you. Drift now if you are ready. The couch is waiting, the television is warm, the light is yellow, the Simpsons are home. Thank you for spending this night in Springfield. If you enjoyed tonight's journey through the theories that live underneath the yellow paint, beneath the floating timeline and the impossible geography and the eternally dreaming father, please like this video so more people can find it and fall asleep in Springfield the way you did tonight. Subscribe so you are here for the next one, and leave a comment below telling us which theory changed the way you see the show. Whether it was the coma, the contamination, Burns's impossible age, Maggie's silent watching, or something else entirely. Every comment is read. Every theory is considered. The loop continues, and it is built by all of us together. Sleep well. The town is quiet now. The plant is humming at its usual frequency. The lights on Evergreen Terrace are going out one by one. Homer is dreaming. And the dream goes on. Section 13. The Things Marge Knows. The patient witness at the center of everything. There's someone we have not talked about enough tonight. Someone who has been in every room, at every table, watching every catastrophe unfold and every reset occur, holding the household together through contamination and comas and corporate malfeasance and the accumulated weight of 35 years of Springfield's impossibilities. Someone who is, by most reasonable measures, the most observant person in the family, the most emotionally intelligent, the most consistently aware of what is actually happening around her, and who has, despite all of that awareness, chosen again and again to stay. Her name is Marge Simpson. And the most underexplored fan theory about The Simpsons is the theory that Marge knows everything. Not everything in the sense of omniscience. Not everything in the sense of having been told, but everything in the sense of having watched carefully for 35 years and drawn the conclusions available to any intelligent observer who pays attention. Marge knows that Homer is not who he could be, but loves him anyway. Marge knows that Springfield is not a healthy place to raise children, but raises them anyway. Marge knows that Ned Flanders is more complicated than he appears, that the school system is inadequate, that the political structures of the town are compromised, that the water probably should not be consumed in the quantities they consume it. She knows all of this, the way that the person who keeps a household running always knows more than the people for whom the household runs. Because the person doing the work of maintenance has to look directly at everything that requires maintaining, including the things that other people prefer not to look at directly. The theory of Marge's knowing begins with a simple observation that any careful viewer will recognize. Marge is right more often than anyone in Springfield. Not infallibly, not about everything, but as a baseline statistical fact about the show's characterization, Marge's assessments of situations are more accurate more frequently than any other character's. When she worries about something, it is usually worth worrying about. When she disapproves of something, her disapproval is usually grounded in a correct reading of the situation that the other characters will eventually be forced to acknowledge. When she defends something, what she is defending is usually genuinely worth defending. She has a precise emotional instrument inside her, and she uses it with more reliability than anyone else in the show. She reads people. She reads situations. She reads the gap between what people say and what they mean, between how things look and how they are. And then, very often, she does nothing about it. This is the part of the Marge theory that most fans find either frustrating or fascinating, depending on how they relate to the show, because Marge does not use her knowing to intervene, to correct, to reform. She uses it primarily to endure, to decide what to absorb and what to resist and what to leave alone, because resisting it would cost more than the thing itself is worth. She has an economy of engagement that looks from the outside like either acceptance or enabling, depending on which side of her choices you are judging from. But that looks from the inside, like the practical wisdom of someone who has calculated exactly how much change is possible in this household, in this town, in this marriage, and has committed to maximizing the good within those constraints rather than exhausting herself against them. The coma theory gives this a heartbreaking dimension. If Homer is dreaming, if Marge is a construction of the dreaming brain of a man who loves her and is trying to find his way back to her, then everything she knows and everything she endures is a reflection of Homer's own understanding of her. Homer's dream constructs a Marge who is patient and perceptive and enduring, because that is how Homer genuinely experiences her. As the person who sees him most clearly and loves him anyway, who knows his limitations and has committed to him regardless, who endures the ongoing reality of who he is with a grace that he does not deserve, and that he is, at some level, deeply aware of and humbled by. The Marge of the coma theory is not a passive character. She is the moral center of Homer's dreaming self-assessment. She is what Homer most loves and most fears to lose. She is the evidence preserved in dream form that he is worthy of being loved even at his worst. Because she continues to love him even at his worst, which means the love is real, which means Homer is not beyond redemption, which means the dreaming brain has reasons to keep dreaming and reasons to keep trying to come back. Every episode in which Marge stays despite her better judgment is, in this reading, a dream memory of the real Marge's ongoing decision to stay. Homer in his hospital bed is dreaming a marriage that, in reality, required this specific kind of love to survive him. And by dreaming it with such detail and such consistency, he is honoring it. He is keeping the exact texture of her patience alive in the only way available to him, while he cannot speak or move or wake. The radiation theory gives Marge's endurance a different dimension. In a town where the contamination has compromised everyone's cognitive and emotional functioning in various ways, Marge is anomalous. She maintains her clarity, her emotional accuracy, her capacity for genuine perception despite what must be the same level of environmental exposure as everyone else in Springfield. The theory offers two possible explanations for this. The first is that Marge simply has unusual genetic resistance to the specific cognitive effects of the Springfield contamination, that her neurological architecture is more robust than the average resident's and has maintained its function under conditions that have degraded everyone else's. The second, darker explanation is that Marge's endurance is itself a symptom, that the specific way the contamination has affected her is not cognitive degradation, but something else. A heightened capacity for tolerance, an enhanced ability to absorb difficult realities without being overwhelmed by them, a biological modification that produces, functionally, exactly the kind of patient endurance we see in her. The contamination has not made her stupid or forgetful or physically anomalous. It has made her, at the cellular level, capable of bearing more than any normal person should be able to bear, which is not a gift. It is a damage with useful secondary effects. The way that a scar is not as good as unwounded skin, but is better than an open wound. In this reading, Marge does not endure because she is strong. She endures because the contamination has removed some of the mechanisms that would normally tell her to stop. The anger that should be unsuppressible is, for Marge, suppressible. The breaking point that should have been reached decades ago has, for Marge, not arrived. Not because she is better than other people at managing difficult circumstances, but because the specific circuit that would trigger her departure has been altered by the water and the air and the decades of living in Burns's shadow. She stays because staying is what the contamination has made possible. It is not strength. It is exposure. The most hopeful version of the Marge theory, the one that does not require the coma or the radiation, simply requires paying close attention to what the show tells us about her choices. Marge stays in this reading because she has looked at the alternatives and decided that the life she has, with all its absurdity and chaos and the reliable comedy of Homer's failures, is the life that contains the most of what she values. She values her children. She values the home she has made. She values, in a complicated and clear-eyed way, the specific man she married. Not an idealized version of him, not the person she might have wished him to be, but the actual Homer, with his specific limitations and his specific capacities, and the specific quality of his love for her, and for the children, and for the ridiculous town they live in. She has looked at that man clearly, more clearly than anyone else in Springfield, and she has decided repeatedly, actively, with full knowledge of what she is deciding, that he is worth it. This is not a small thing. In a show full of grand theories and impossible geographies and immortal industrialists and contaminated water supplies, the most radical act depicted may be this one. A woman who sees something clearly and loves it anyway, who does not require the thing to be other than it is before she can commit to it, who is located within the actual person in front of her, the irreducible thing that makes the commitment possible. Marge knows everything, and she chose to be here, in the yellow house on the yellow street, in the impossible town at the center of the dream, or the contamination, or the prediction, or the loop. She has always been here. She will always be here. And the kitchen light is on, and it is warm, and the family is about to come home. Section 14, Burns's Museum. The century. He remembers that everyone else forgot. We have spoken of Montgomery Burns's age and his immortality and the radiation that may sustain him. But there is a dimension of Burns's impossible existence that the immortality theory only partially addresses, and it deserves its own careful examination before we drift completely into sleep. The dimension is memory. Burns remembers things that nobody else in Springfield can possibly remember. Not because Springfield's residents have forgotten, though they have repeatedly with suspicious completeness, but because the things Burns remembers happened before any of them were born. He references presidents who served during the era of his childhood with the casual familiarity of someone recalling a neighbor. He mentions business dealings from the early 20th century as if they are recent transactions. He has the social manners of a different era, uses vocabulary that has been obsolete for decades, holds assumptions about class and hierarchy and the proper relationship between wealth and ordinary people that belong to a time before most of the show's references can even reach. Burns is not simply old, he is a museum. He is a walking record of a century of American history, from approximately the 1880s to the present, stored in a mind that has outlasted every other first-hand witness to that stretch of time. He is the only person alive who remembers what Springfield was before the nuclear age, before the plant, before the contamination that has produced the mutations and the cognitive damage and the collective forgetting that defines the town today. The fan theory that emerges from this observation is this: Burns may be the only person in Springfield who knows with full first-hand knowledge exactly what the plant has done to the town across a century of operation. Not because he has studied it or been told, because he watched it happen. He was there at the beginning, when the plant was new and the town was not yet contaminated, when the fish had the correct number of eyes and the water was not what it became, when the people of Springfield had the cognitive function that sustained long-term memory and clear perception. He watched the town change. He watched the water change. He watched the people change. He watched the mutations appear and the memories degrade and the collective denial take hold. And he watched all of it with the continuous attention of someone who has been present for the entire arc of the change and therefore can perceive it as change, which the current residents of Springfield cannot, because they have no pre-contamination baseline to compare against. They were born into the contaminated world. They do not know what they have lost because they never had what was lost. Burns knows. Burns knows that the water was once clean and that his plant made it otherwise. Burns knows that the people of Springfield once had sharper minds and better memories, and that his plant contributed to the degradation of those faculties. Burns knows that the fish once had 2 eyes and the correct number of fins, and that his decades of waste management practices altered the genetics of the river's inhabitants in ways that are now documented, if only in a show's visual gags about 3-eyed fish. Burns knows all of this because he was there for all of it. He watched the entire century. He is the one person in Springfield who has the complete picture, and he has used that knowledge throughout the century not to remediate or confess or compensate, but to ensure that the contamination continues on its current trajectory, because the contamination serves him. The cognitively compromised, short-memory population of Springfield is easier to manage than a clear-eyed, historically informed population would be. The people who cannot remember what the town was like before cannot make the comparison that would make his crimes legible. The people who cannot sustain the knowledge of their own contamination cannot organize against the source of it. The radiation that damages Springfield's residents also protects Burns from Springfield's residents. It is the most elegant form of self-protection ever devised. A poison that also neutralizes the capacity to recognize and resist the person distributing the poison. Burns walks the halls of his mansion and he remembers. He remembers a Springfield that no one else alive can remember. He remembers what he took from it, and he knows with the cold clarity of a man who has outlived his guilt by decades that he will never have to give it back. Because the people who could demand it back do not remember what to demand. Because the institution that could compel it is located in a geography that does not exist. Because the water has been doing his work for a century and will continue doing it regardless of what anyone in Springfield thinks they know. The museum Burns carries is the most comprehensive and the most carefully guarded museum in the world. He is its only visitor. He walks through it alone, past the exhibits of a town's pre-contamination health and clarity, past the rooms labeled with dates that no one living in Springfield can cross-reference because the capacity to cross-reference has been gently removed from the water supply, past the hall that shows exactly what the three-eyed fish looked like before the plant began its first decade of operation. He is the last witness, and he is, in every sense, an unreliable one. Because of the things he remembers from the perspective of the person who made them happen. The museum is accurate in its facts and completely misleading in its framing. Burns remembers the clean Springfield. He does not remember it as a thing he took. He remembers it as a thing that became what it became, that the town and its people and the century and the economics of the age collectively produced. A thing he administered but did not cause. He has separated himself, in his memory, from the causality that places his decisions at the center of Springfield's transformation. He remembers the museum without being in it. He is the invisible curator, the presence behind the exhibits, never appearing in any of the displays. This is the final and most complete protection that Burns has built for himself. He has constructed, across a century of careful memory management, a private history of Springfield in which he is a bystander, in which the changes he engineered appear as natural phenomena, in which the people who lost their clarity and their health and their capacity to hold him accountable are simply the products of time and economics and the ordinary progress of an industrial age. He has contaminated the town, and then he has contaminated the story of the contamination. Burns is the last honest witness to Springfield's true history, and he has spent a century making sure his testimony is the only one that survives and that his testimony will never be given. The museum is locked. The curator keeps the only key, and outside its walls the town hums along, yellow and soft, in the evening light, forgetting everything it has been told to forget, living the comfortable half-life of a people who have been very carefully relieved of the burden of their own past. Section 15. The Show Within the Show. Television, reality, and what Springfield watches. There is something quietly significant about the fact that the first image of every episode of The Simpsons, after the credits, is almost always a family watching television. The couch gag varies. The billboard jokes vary. The chalkboard in Bart's classroom varies. But the fundamental closing image of the opening sequence, the family assembled, watching a screen, is so constant, so consistently returned to, that it has become as much a part of the show's visual identity as the character designs themselves. The Simpsons are at their most elemental defined by this image. 5 people on a couch, facing a screen, watching. What they watch on that screen within the show is a universe of its own. Krusty the Clown, itchy and scratchy, the endless parade of terrible local programming and network offerings and cultural moments that Springfield's television provides. The television within the television. The screen within the screen. And the fan theory that this image generates is this. The show is a mirror, not metaphorically, not in the vague sense that all art is a mirror, but in the structurally precise sense that the image you see at the end of The Simpsons' opening credits, a family on a couch watching a screen, is an exact replica of the situation you are in at that moment. You are also on a couch. You are also watching a screen. You are also watching a family watch a screen. And the show is asking you, with this structural recursion, to consider what that means, to notice the loop, to see yourself in the image. The family watches Krusty. You watch the family watch Krusty. The family experiences their world through the mediation of a screen. You experience the family through the mediation of a screen. Both of you are inside a screen-mediated reality that is 2 or 3 layers removed from any direct experience of the world. Both of you are comfortable with this. Both of you have chosen this. Both of you, in some sense, prefer this. The itchy and scratchy cartoons within the show are the most obvious expression of this structural mirror. They are a cartoon about cartoon violence, embedded within a cartoon about a cartoon family, which is itself a cartoon about an American family, which is watched by real American families. Each layer comments on the one above it. Itchy and Scratchy's extreme violence parodies the violence of real cartoons, which in turn parodies the violence of real American culture, which in turn is watched by the real American culture it parodies. The layers stack, and the joke, if it is a joke, is that each layer points back at the one containing it. The radiation theory gives this an uncomfortable dimension. If Springfield is contaminated, if the television Springfield watches is itself a product of the contaminated culture, then the family watching television is a family receiving information about their own contaminated world through a medium filtered through that same contamination. The television in Springfield tells them what to think about their situation, and the television in Springfield is controlled, either directly or through the mechanisms of economic influence, by people like Burns, people who have an interest in the contamination continuing undisturbed, who have an interest in the cognitive damage remaining unremarked, who have an interest in Springfield's television universe, presenting the town as normal and functional and fine. Krusty the Clown is the show's most explicit comment on this. Krusty is a man who despises his audience and despises his product and despises the medium through which he delivers it, and who continues delivering it regardless because the financial arrangement is too good to abandon. He is the entertainer who has entirely separated his private self from his public function, who performs care and enthusiasm for an audience he privately regards as marks, while funneling the financial proceeds into a private life that has nothing to do with the values he is supposedly representing to Springfield's children. He is beloved. He is corrupt. He is, in this reading, not a joke about a specific kind of entertainer, but a theory about what entertainment in a contaminated culture necessarily becomes. A performance of comfort delivered by people who are not comfortable, for people who need the performance too much to question the performer. The children of Springfield watch Itchy and Scratchy and they laugh at cartoon violence, and they do not question what the repeated viewing of cartoon violence does to their understanding of conflict and consequence, and the bodies of other beings. The adults of Springfield watch their various programs, and they do not question what the repeated viewing of those programs does to their understanding of their own situation. The entire population receives the world's representation through a screen managed by interests that are not aligned with their welfare, and they find this comfortable and preferable to the alternative, which would be to turn the screen off and look directly at Springfield with the unmediated vision that the contamination has been systematically degrading for a century. And then you are sitting on your couch and you're watching them watch their screen. And the question the show has been quietly asking from its first episode, every time it returns to that image of the family assembled before the television, is how different is what you are doing from what they are doing? The answer, the show suggests by framing you in its mirror, is less different than you think. This is not a comfortable thought. It is not meant to be comfortable. It is meant to be the kind of thought that arrives gently in a soft voice when you are relaxed enough to receive it without defensiveness. The kind of thought that you might let in because it comes wrapped in the sound of a familiar theme and the warm yellow light of a living room you have been visiting for decades, and the comfortable presence of a family you know better than you know many real families. The show is the longest running and most elaborate mirror in American cultural history. It has been reflecting you back to yourself for 35 years. The question is not whether you are in the mirror. The question is whether you have noticed. Drift a little now. Let the image settle. The yellow family on the yellow couch in the yellow house in the impossible town, watching a screen that watches them, watched by you on your couch, watching. The loop is perfect, and it is real. And it is made of nothing but the light from a screen and the attention of a viewer and the specific quality of silence that falls in a room when a story is being told that the listener has not yet decided whether to believe. Section 16. The Last Cold Open. Returning to where we started. We began tonight in a particular way. We began with the yellow. The specific yellow of the Simpson family's skin, which is not a realistic human color, and was never intended to be one, which was chosen by the show's designers as a deliberate marker of otherness, a visual signal that these are not real people, that you are watching a representation, that the distance between you and Springfield is real and should be maintained, and which has, across 35 years of weekly contact, ceased to signal that distance at all. The yellow is now simply the color of the family you know, the family you have returned to, the color of the specific light that comes from a specific living room window in a specific impossible town on a specific imaginary map of America. The yellow is home. We said that at the beginning, and we have traveled a considerable distance since then, through contamination and dreams and immortality and silence and suppression and prediction and geography and time. We have turned Springfield over and examined what is underneath, which is, depending on your theory, either a dreaming man's vision of the family he loves or a contaminated town that cannot perceive its own contamination, or a cultural institution so thoroughly embedded in the fabric of American life that it has begun to influence the very reality it was created to reflect. And having examined what is underneath, having turned the town over carefully and cataloged what we found, the question that remains is this: does it change anything? Does knowing the theories change the show? Does the contamination theory make Springfield sadder? Does the coma theory make it more beautiful? Does the prediction theory make it stranger? Does the geographic impossibility theory make it more elusive? Does the floating timeline theory make it more tragic, or more comforting, or both? Which is the most interesting answer? The answer that holds both things at once, because that is how the best stories work. They make you feel two incompatible things simultaneously and do not apologize for the tension between them. The honest answer, and the one that the show itself would probably endorse, is yes and no. Yes, the theories change the show, because you cannot unknow a thing. Once you have heard the coma theory, you will notice Homer in his stupors differently. Once you have heard the radiation theory, you will look at the three-eyed fish differently. Once you have heard the Maggie theory, you will watch her in the background differently, watching you back, noting everything, filing it away in the mind that the show has given you no reason to believe is limited by its infant face. But no, the theories do not ultimately change the show, because the show is larger than the theories. The theories are explanations layered over an object that does not require explanation to function. The show produces its effect: the warmth, the laughter, the specific relief of return, regardless of what framework you bring to it. You can watch it as a contamination allegory and feel the warmth. You can watch it as a dreaming man's love letter to his family and feel the warmth. You can watch it with no theory at all, simply as a cartoon about a cartoon family in a cartoon town, and feel exactly the same warmth. The warmth is not produced by the theories. The warmth is intrinsic to the object. The theories are just ways of explaining why the object has persisted in producing warmth for 35 years when most objects of its kind are consumed and discarded long before they acquire the weight of meaning that The Simpsons has acquired. The theories tell you what Springfield might be. The feeling tells you what Springfield is. And what Springfield is, at its most fundamental, is a place where something essential about human life, about family, about community, about the relationship between individual people and the imperfect structures that contain them, is held with unusual care. Not perfect care, not idealized care. The care of a show that loves its characters while refusing to idealize them, that depicts the warmth of domestic life while also depicting its claustrophobia, that celebrates the bonds of family while also noting that family bonds are sometimes the thing that keeps you from becoming who you could be. The care of a show that has looked at America honestly enough to see its contaminations and its corruptions and its collective denials, and has decided to keep depicting a family inside all of that anyway. A family that keeps coming home, that keeps assembling on the couch, that keeps watching whatever the screen offers and laughing at it and arguing about it and eventually falling asleep in front of it. The show is not optimistic. It is not pessimistic. It is something harder and more useful than either. It is faithful. It has been faithful to Springfield for 35 years. Faithful to Homer's specific kind of failure, and Marge's specific kind of endurance, and Bart's specific kind of defiance, and Lisa's specific kind of loneliness, and Maggie's specific kind of watchful silence. It has returned to them every week, regardless of whether this particular week's episode is a classic or a disaster, regardless of whether the theories being layered over them in fan forms are beautiful or absurd, regardless of whether the culture around the show is celebrating it or dismissing it. The show returns to its family the way the family returns to its couch, with the reliable, undramatic faithfulness of a thing that has decided to keep showing up. That faithfulness is, in the end, what the theories are really about. The coma theory is about a man who is trying to come back to his family and will not stop trying. The radiation theory is about a community that has been damaged but keeps functioning, keeps gathering, keeps living in proximity to each other despite the damage. The Maggie theory is about the patient intelligence of love, the way it watches and waits and does not announce itself, trusting that the right moment will come. The Burns theory is about the cost of forgetting, the importance of memory, the danger of allowing a single very old man to be the only custodian of a community's true history. The geographic impossibility theory is about the protection that strangeness provides. The way things that cannot be mapped, cannot be entirely controlled or predicted or dismantled. The floating timeline theory is about the value of return, the specific, irreplaceable value of finding that the thing you needed is still exactly as you left it. All the theories, in the end, are theories about how to hold on to what matters. And the show, in the end, is evidence that it is possible. 35 years, 700 episodes. The same family, the same couch, the same warm yellow light. Still there. Still coming home. Take that with you into sleep tonight. The house on Evergreen Terrace has its lights on. The family is inside. They are always inside. They will be inside when you wake. They will be there next week and the week after, and as many weeks as you choose to return. This is the gift the show has always been offering, and you have been receiving it without perhaps quite knowing what you were receiving. Each time you settled in and let the theme play and felt the specific relief of a world that was waiting for you exactly as you left it. The loop is not the writer's loop, or the network's loop, or the structure of episodic television's loop. The loop is the loop between you and this town. You return. Springfield receives you. You leave. Springfield waits. You return again. The welcome is exactly the same every time. No reproach for the absence, no diminishment of the warmth for the time you were away. Springfield does not know how long you were gone. Springfield only knows you are here now. This is the loop we built slowly, visit by visit, episode by episode across whatever portion of your life you have spent in this company. The yellow family, the yellow house, the impossible town, the faithful, endlessly recommencing love. Go to sleep now. Springfield will keep the light on. Section 17. Bart's Rebellion and Lisa's Loneliness. The two children the show could never fully protect. There are two children at the center of the Simpson family who represent, between them, almost everything the show wants to say about growing up in a broken system. One of them has been rebelling against that system for 35 years without ever quite breaking free of it. The other has been trying to improve it for 35 years without ever quite succeeding. Neither of them has aged a day. Bart Simpson is 10 years old, and he has been 10 years old since before most of the people who currently watch the show were born. He is, in the cultural imagination of the English-speaking world, the archetypal bad boy. The kid who does not follow the rules, who talks back to authority, who writes slogans on the chalkboard as punishment and uses those punishments as a canvas for commentary, who slides through school on a combination of charm and low expectations, and the specific kind of social intelligence that children develop when academic intelligence is not rewarded. He is funny. He is sometimes genuinely wise. He is occasionally, unexpectedly, tender. And he is permanently, structurally, inevitably in trouble. The fan theory about Bart that most rewards extended attention is not about what Bart does. It is about why Bart cannot stop. Consider the architecture of Bart's rebellion. It is aimed consistently at authority. Teachers, principals, parents, institutions, rules. The targets of Bart's pranks and challenges are almost never his peers, and almost always the structures that are supposed to manage and contain him. He fights upward. He fights against the things that have power over him, rather than the things that are beneath him. And the rebellion is genuine. It is not performative or strategic in the way that adolescent rebellion sometimes is, not primarily about social positioning or peer approval. Bart would rebel in an empty room. He would rebel if nobody was watching. The defiance is in him, aimed at the world regardless of audience. The radiation theory offers one explanation for this. If Springfield's contamination produces unpredictable cognitive and behavioral effects, and if those effects vary significantly between individuals, then Bart's specific behavioral profile, impulsive, restless, defiant, unable to sit still, unable to follow rules that feel arbitrary, possessed of a kind of raw social and situational intelligence that does not translate into academic performance, may be a contamination effect rather than a character trait. The same environmental exposure that reduced Homer's IQs to clinical disability and amplified Maggie's intelligence to extraordinary levels may have produced in Bart something in between. A boy whose conventional cognitive function is impaired just enough to make traditional academic success difficult, but whose other forms of intelligence, emotional, social, situational, improvisational, are sharp enough to ensure survival in a world he cannot navigate through conventional channels. Bart is not stupid. This is something the show is careful about. He is not academic. He is not patient. He cannot sustain attention on things that do not interest him, and cannot pretend to care about things that do not matter to him. But when something engages him, when a situation requires the specific kinds of intelligence he has rather than the kinds he lacks, he is formidable. He is a reader of people. He is a reader of systems, of how things work and where the gaps are. He understands instinctively what authority wants and what authority fears, and he has spent 10 years developing an expert's understanding of how to give authority what it fears while technically remaining within the boundaries of what authority can punish. This is not stupidity. This is adaptation. This is what happens when a mind that does not fit the systems available to it develops alternative capacities instead. The coma theory's version of Bart is, as with Maggie, primarily about Homer's love. If Homer is dreaming, then Bart is the child. Homer is most afraid of losing. Not because Bart is the most vulnerable. Maggie's silence and Lisa's loneliness are arguably more concerning to an attentive parent, but because Bart is most like Homer. He has Homer's impulsiveness, Homer's inability to learn from consequences, Homer's genius for finding himself in situations that a slightly more cautious person would have avoided, Homer's resilience in the face of repeated failure, and Homer's enormous capacity for love expressed through a vocabulary of action rather than words. Bart and Homer fight with the specific ferocity of people who are too similar to maintain comfortable distance from each other. They are in conflict constantly, and the conflict is the measure of how much they mean to each other. Because only someone who matters enormously to you can make you as frustrated as Bart makes Homer, and as frustrated as Homer makes Bart. In the dream, Homer preserves Bart at exactly the age where this dynamic is most intense. Bart is 10 because 10 is when a son is still young enough to need his father and old enough to resent needing him. The rebellion is most vivid at 10. The love is most complicated at 10. The relationship is most alive at 10, most charged, most full of both hurt and tenderness. Homer's dreaming brain does not want Bart to grow past this age because growing past it means the dynamic changes, means the intensity diminishes, means the specific quality of being Bart's father at exactly this moment becomes unavailable. The dream locks Bart here not as a punishment, but as a preservation. The most alive version of the relationship, held in amber by the dreaming father's refusal to let it become anything else. Lisa's situation is different and in some ways harder. Lisa Simpson is 8 years old and she is the most isolated person in Springfield, not in terms of social connections. She has friends, she has teachers who recognize her, she has family members who love her in their various incomplete ways. The isolation is not social, but ontological. Lisa is isolated by her own mind, by the fact that her mind processes the world at a level that makes genuine connection with most of the people around her not simply difficult, but structurally impossible. The way that genuine connection between people operating at radically different altitudes is structurally difficult, regardless of goodwill on both sides. Lisa sees Springfield clearly. She sees the contamination, or something like it. Her vegetarianism, her environmentalism, her political activism all point to a mind that is registered that Springfield's relationship with its natural environment is deeply wrong, even if she cannot articulate the full scope of the wrongness. She sees the corruption in her various attempts to expose or reform the political and institutional structures of the town. She sees the collective denial and she fights it, and she is defeated by it again and again in ways that would crush a lesser temperament. She is not crushed. This is the remarkable thing about Lisa. She is not crushed and she is not numbed, and she does not, even after 35 years of being right and being ignored, stop trying to make Springfield better than it is. There is something in her that sustains the effort against all reasonable assessment of its prospects. The fan theories about what that something is vary considerably. The most romantic version says it is simply who Lisa is. That her particular combination of intelligence and moral seriousness and emotional sensitivity produces in her specific case a genuine and self-sustaining idealism that does not require external validation to persist. That she would be exactly who she is in any environment, that Springfield has shaped her, but has not determined her, that the core of her is impervious to the contamination and the collective denial and the 35 years of getting it right and being dismissed. The more disturbing version says that Lisa's persistence is itself a form of damage, that the thing that keeps her fighting is not idealism but compulsion, that the same environmental factors that produced Homer's impulsive need for approval and Bart's reflexive defiance have produced in Lisa a compulsive need to fix, to improve, to address problems that the community around her has decided not to address. That she cannot stop trying to repair Springfield, not because she genuinely believes repair is possible, but because the possibility of stopping, of accepting Springfield as it is and finding peace within that acceptance, is neurologically unavailable to her. The contamination has given her the vision to see the problems and remove the capacity for the kind of comfortable resignation that would allow her to live with seeing them. She is trapped between perception and acceptance, too clear-eyed to pretend the problems do not exist, too embedded in Springfield to leave, too driven to rest. If the coma theory is true, Lisa's loneliness is the dream's most heartbreaking feature, because it suggests that Homer, even in his love for his daughter, even in his dream preservation of her, cannot imagine solving her fundamental problem. He can dream Maggie into a secret genius. He can dream Bart into a resilient rebel. He cannot dream Lisa into belonging, because belonging for Lisa would require Springfield to become something it is not, and the dream is too faithful to Springfield to make it something it is not. Even the dreaming father cannot give Lisa what she most needs, because what she most needs is a world that is worthy of her. And the world Homer knows, the world his dreaming brain has the material to construct, is this one. The dream keeps Lisa lonely, not out of cruelty, but out of accuracy. Homer loves his daughter, and his love is honest enough to know that he cannot fix this particular thing for her. It is the most realistic element of an otherwise surreal dream. The father who cannot solve the problem his brilliant child lives inside, who can only love her within it, who can only make sure that when she comes home from fighting the unwinnable fights, the kitchen is warm and the family is there and someone is glad she came back. That is what Homer can give her. That is what the dream can give her. It is not enough. It is also not nothing. Both of these children, the rebel and the idealist, the boy who fights the system and the girl who tries to improve it, are locked at their ages forever by the floating timeline and by whatever theory you believe is sustaining the float. They will never finish the work they have started. Bart will never resolve his relationship with authority. Lisa will never see Springfield become the town her vision requires. The work will not be finished. It will simply continue indefinitely in the permanent present of a show that has chosen faithfulness over resolution. And perhaps this is the most truthful thing The Simpsons has ever done. Because in the real world, the work of the rebels and the idealists is also not finished. The people who fight systems and the people who try to improve them are also still fighting, still trying, still getting right what their communities refuse to hear, still coming home in the evening to families that love them imperfectly and genuinely, still resuming in the morning the work that will probably not be finished in their lifetimes. The loop is not just Homer's, it is theirs too. Bart is still 10, Lisa is still 8. The system is still broken, the vision is still clear, and they are still going. Section 18. The night shift at the plant. What Homer does while Springfield sleeps. There is a version of the Springfield nuclear power plant theory that nobody talks about because it is the least comfortable one. Not the contamination theory. We have examined that in full. Not the deliberate negligence theory. Burns's culpability has been thoroughly established. This is a smaller, quieter theory about a single man and a single night shift, and what happens in Sector 7G when the town is asleep, and the monitors are dark, and the man who is supposed to be watching the reactor is not watching it. Homer Simpson sleeps at work. This is not a joke within the show. It is a documented, canonical, recurring fact of Homer's employment at the plant. He sleeps in his chair. He has rigged his workstation with various systems designed to make it appear that he is awake when he is not. He sleeps through alarms, he sleeps through warning lights, he sleeps through the beeping of systems that are designed specifically to prevent someone from sleeping through them, because the systems were designed with the assumption that the person operating them would not be Homer Simpson. The theory is not that this is funny. The theory is that Springfield is, on any given night, hours away from a nuclear event, because the man responsible for preventing nuclear events is asleep. Not metaphorically asleep. Literally asleep, head on desk, snoring, while a nuclear reactor runs the overnight shift in the care of nobody. The radiation contamination we have discussed, the three-eyed fish, the possible cognitive effects, the cracked cooling towers patched with chewing gum, is the slow contamination. The contamination that has been happening for decades, persistently, at levels low enough to be deniable, high enough to be doing the work Burns needs it to do. It is the background radiation, the ambient exposure, the chronic rather than acute form of the problem. Homer's sleeping represents the potential for the acute form. The show occasionally gestures at this. There have been episodes in which Homer's negligence at the plant comes close to producing a genuine catastrophe, in which the near miss is played for comedy, in which the town comes within some small margin of an event that would make the slow contamination look modest by comparison. These episodes always end in reset. The catastrophe does not occur or is averted at the last moment, or produces consequences that are addressed within the episode and then forgotten. The next episode begins, and Homer is back in Sector 7G, and the monitors are dark, and his head is on the desk. The fan theory asks, how many of those near misses are not shown? The show depicts in canonical episodes a number of incidents at the plant, but the show also establishes that the plant is operational around the clock, 7 days a week, and that Homer is regularly present during the overnight hours when supervision is lightest and attention is most likely to flag. The episodes we see are a sample. The nights we do not see are the majority. And in those unseen nights, Homer is there alone, or nearly alone, in proximity to an active reactor, and the possibility of an unobserved incident is not zero. The theory is that Springfield has had more nuclear events than the show depicts, that the slow contamination we can measure in the fish and possibly in the residents is supplemented periodically by acute releases, smaller than Chernobyl, larger than the show acknowledges, occurring in the gap between episodes, in the nights the camera does not visit, in the hours when Springfield sleeps and Homer sleeps and the reactor runs without supervision, and the cooling towers continue their low hum of inadequately contained fission. The town does not know about these events because they occur below the threshold of acute emergency, and because the population's already compromised memory function does not maintain the kind of continuous environmental monitoring that would allow the accumulation of evidence. Individual events are noticed, registered, partly processed, and then released into the general category of Springfield strangeness, filed alongside the three-eyed fish and the luminous rats, and the occasional unexplained smell from the direction of the plant. Not ignored exactly. Absorbed. Made part of the background texture of a town that has learned to receive its own contamination, as simply how Springfield is. Homer sleeps. The reactor hums. The town absorbs whatever the night produces. And in the morning, the reset occurs. Homer wakes up, straightens his tie, presses the button in front of him without looking at what the button does, and heads home to the yellow house on Evergreen Terrace where the family is waiting. And the evening is warm, and the television is on, and the couch is exactly the right softness. The reactor runs behind him. The cooling towers release what they release. The river carries it downstream to wherever the river goes in Springfield's impossible geography. And the town goes about its day. If you have made it this far, if you have stayed with Springfield through every theory, every dark corner, every quiet tragedy and impossible survival, and suspended moment of love, then you deserve to sleep now. You have done the work. You have looked at the thing carefully. You have held Springfield in your attention long enough to see what it contains underneath the yellow paint, and the cartoon laughter and the familiar theme. What it contains is us. Not a reflection of us, not a satire of us. Us directly. The specific quality of our attachment to things we love, our denial of things we fear, our willingness to live inside comfortable fictions because the uncomfortable alternatives are too expensive, our enduring hope that the family on the couch will still be there when we come home, our tiredness and our persistence and our capacity, despite everything, to find the warmth. Springfield is not out there. It is not somewhere on a map. It is the place you go when you stop watching the show and close your eyes. It is built from everything you have felt in front of that screen. Every episode, every return, every moment the theme played, and something in you relaxed because you were back. Take it with you into sleep. The reactor hums. The family is home. The light is on. Good night, Springfield. Good night. Section 19. Small Hours. The texture of Springfield at 3 in the morning. There's a version of Springfield that the show almost never depicts because the show runs in prime time, and prime time is not the hour for it. It is Springfield at 3 in the morning. The plant still running, the cooling towers still cycling, the monitors in Sector 7G glowing without anyone watching them. Moe's Tavern dark and locked, the bar stools upturned, the last customer gone home an hour ago. The Quickie Mart still open, because the Quickie Mart is always open. The only light on Main Street, a fluorescent warmth visible from 2 blocks away. Apu behind the counter doing what he does when no one is buying anything, which is read or organize or simply stand in the quiet presence of a store that will outlast every one of its customers by sheer institutional inertia. The school silent. The church silent. The retirement castle silent in the particular way that old people's places are silent at night. A silence full of breathing, of the soft sounds of people in the proximity of the end of things, present and resting. And on Evergreen Terrace, the lights are out. Homer asleep, snoring with the confident volume of a man who has never once lain awake worrying about his snoring. Marge beside him, her famous hair somehow maintaining its integrity even in sleep. Her breathing the quieter counterpoint to his noise. Bart in his room with his skateboard leaning against the wall and a comic book open on the pillow beside him, because he fell asleep reading and nobody came to turn off the light. Lisa in her room with her saxophone case beside the desk and a library book open to a page she will not remember in the morning, and some half-finished thought about injustice or ecology, or the way the adults around her consistently fail to live up to their stated values. Maggie in her crib? eyes perhaps not entirely closed, watching the ceiling or the corner of the room, or whatever it is that Maggie watches when no one is watching her. The house quiet, the family breathing, the reactor humming 2 miles away in the dark. This is the version of Springfield the theories do not quite reach. Not because they are wrong, but because the theories are daytime operations. They require attention, argument, evidence, the active engagement of a mind that is holding things up to the light and examining them. The theories are what you do when you are awake and thoughtful and want to understand the thing you love. They are the work of caring, and caring is daytime work. 3 in the morning is different. 3 in the morning is when the theories dissolve, and what remains is the bare fact of the thing. The family asleep in the yellow house, the plant humming, the town dark and quiet, and somehow, despite everything we know about it, peaceful. Not because the problems have been solved, they have not. The contamination continues. The coma, if it is real, persists. Burns is alive somewhere in his mansion, perhaps the only person in Springfield awake at this hour, perhaps standing at a window overlooking the town he has owned for a century, remembering things no one else remembers. The principal who is not who he says is asleep in his mother's house, dreaming whatever Armand Tamzarian dreams, still wearing the name that is not his own even in his sleep. None of that is resolved. None of it will be resolved by morning. But at 3 in the morning in Springfield, the unresolved things are simply quiet. They exist, they continue, they will still be there when the sun comes up and Bart goes to school and Homer drives to work and Lisa raises her hand in a classroom that will not quite hear what she is saying. They will still be there. But right now they're quiet and the family is asleep, and the house is warm, and the town is still, and the reactor hums its low continuous note underneath everything like a bass note in a piece of music so long you have stopped noticing it. This is the hour that the floating timeline is most honest about itself. Because at 3 in the morning, time always feels suspended. The day that just ended and the day that is about to begin seem equally remote, equally hypothetical. The present moment expands into something that feels permanent, that feels like it might hold. The worries of the day have receded and the worries of tomorrow have not yet arrived. And what remains is this: the darkness, the warmth, the breathing bodies in their separate rooms, the knowledge that they are there. The knowledge that they are there. This is what Homer's dreaming brain is trying to hold. Not the adventures or the celebrities or the crises and resolutions that the show uses to fill its 22 minutes per episode. Those are the daytime Springfield, the active Springfield, the Springfield that generates story. What the dream is trying to hold is this quiet version. The version where everyone is home and the lights are out and the night is passing and nothing terrible is happening. And the knowledge that they are there is enough. More than enough. Everything? If Homer is in a hospital bed in Springfield General, his body still and his brain generating everything we have watched for 35 years, then what sustains the dream is not the plot. The plot is just the container. What sustains it is this: the recurring return to the knowledge that they are there, that Marge is beside him, that the children are in their rooms, that the house on Evergreen Terrace exists and is warm and is theirs. Every episode, no matter how surreal or how disconnected from domestic reality, eventually returns to this. Eventually comes home. Eventually settles. The dream does not sustain itself through narrative. It sustains itself through the feeling of coming home in the dark to a house where everyone you love is sleeping. 3 in the morning in Springfield. The reactor humming. The family breathing. You, wherever you are, approaching the edge of sleep. Let Springfield go quiet now. Let the theories rest. Let Burns sleep or not sleep as he will. Let Maggie watch or not watch. Let the fish swim their three-eyed way through the dark water of a river whose name changes depending on the episode and whose watershed cannot be traced on any real map. Let the house on Evergreen Terrace be what it is at 3 in the morning. A home. Just a home. With the lights out and the family inside and the long, quiet night still ahead, sleep now. Springfield is here. It will be here when you wake. A note on returning. There is something you do every time you come back to this show that deserves acknowledgement. You choose it. Out of everything available to you in the vast and overwhelming catalog of things you could watch, you choose this specific family in this specific town. You choose the yellow and the familiar music and the joke structure you have known for so long that you can feel the punchline arriving before it does. You choose the reset, the couch, the warm kitchen, the recurring faces. The choice is not passive. It is not simply the path of least resistance, though it can feel like that. It is an active selection of something that gives you something specific. Something that other things do not give you in the same way or to the same degree. And what it gives you at its core is the thing we have been circling all night. The reliable return. Most of what we love changes. It grows, it evolves. It becomes something different from what it was when we first loved it. People change. Relationships change. The places we grew up in change until they are unrecognizable. The things we enjoyed as children often cannot be returned to because the child who enjoyed them is gone, replaced by someone who carries that child's memories but does not inhabit them the way the child did. The Simpsons is an exception to this. You can return to it at any age and find it substantially as it was. The characters have not grown past the point where you can recognize them. The family configuration has not dissolved into something else. The house on Evergreen Terrace is structurally identical to the house on Evergreen Terrace that you first encountered whenever you first encountered it. The relationship between the theories and the show has not changed. The mysteries remain exactly as mysterious. The evidence for each reading exactly as compelling. The beauty of the interpretive space exactly as available. The show gives you the specific pleasure of returning to something that waited. In a world where nothing waits, where relationships require maintenance, where homes require upkeep, where friendships require investment and attention, and the sustained mutual effort of two people who both have to choose the friendship repeatedly and actively. Springfield waits. Springfield does not require anything from you between visits. You can be absent for years and return to find everything exactly as you left it. The family is on the couch. The theme is playing. Bart is skateboarding home. The reactor is humming in the middle distance. It waited. This is the gift and the loop and the mirror all at once. Springfield can wait because Springfield does not pass time the way everything else passes time. The floating timeline is not a narrative convenience, it is a gift. The price of the gift is that the family cannot grow, cannot age, cannot move through life the way you move through life. But the benefit is that they are always there, always available, always exactly themselves. You chose to come here tonight to fall asleep in Springfield, to let the theories wash over you and settle into the specific quality of attention that this show rewards. And now, at the end of it, you can let all of that go. You do not need to hold the theories. They are not homework. They are not conclusions you are required to reach. They are just one way of loving the thing more carefully, of honoring the detail and the depth and the 35 years of sustained creative attention that went into building a world this complete and this contradictory and this alive. The theories say, Look at how much is here. Look at how deep this goes. Look at what this show has been quietly telling you for 3.5 decades. And the show says, yes, all of that. And also, come home. The family is here. The light is on. Whatever brought you here tonight, you are welcome. You have always been welcome. Let the last of the wakefulness go now. The yellow house is there in the dark. The family is asleep. The impossible town is quiet around them. The reactor hums its continuous note. The geography refuses to be mapped. The timeline floats in the dark like something between a dream and a promise. Drift now. Let Springfield keep the light on. Good night. The extended silence. An invitation into the in-between. Before the credits roll on any given episode of The Simpsons, there is a moment, brief, easy to miss, so familiar it has become invisible, in which the screen goes dark for just a fraction of a second before the next image appears. Fans of the show know this moment. It is not a technical artifact. It is not a production mistake. It is the reset, the small darkness between one story and the next, the fraction of a second pause in which everything that happened is set aside and the new beginning is prepared. The town holds its breath. The family pauses in whatever configuration they are in. And then the new cold open begins, and Springfield is exactly as it always was. That small darkness is what we are in right now. You have heard all the theories. You have walked through every corner of this impossible town. You have stood outside the plant and watched the cooling towers and followed the three-eyed fish downstream into the geography that has no end. You have sat beside Homer's hospital bed and watched a dreaming man hold his family in the most faithful imagination he has. You have watched Maggie watch you from across the room with the specific attention of someone who has been waiting a long time to be seen. You have followed Mona Simpson's trail from activism to exile to the reunion that came too late and the death that came too soon. You have heard the show predict the future and considered whether that is genius or volume or cultural influence or something that does not have a comfortable name. You are in the small darkness now, in the pause before the next beginning. This is the place that sleep lives on, in the pause, in the in-between, in the brief darkness that separates what just happened from whatever comes next. Your body has been settling into this for a while now, since the theories began to blur at their edges, since the distinctions between the coma theory and the radiation theory and the geographic protection theory softened into a single quality of attention that was less about analysis and more about presence. Simply being here in Springfield, simply listening to the town. This is the in-between. The family is here. They are always in the in-between. They live in the small darkness between one episode and the next, in the pause that the floating timeline extends indefinitely so that they never have to arrive at the next thing, so that the pause itself becomes permanent, so that the reset is not an ending and not a beginning, but an eternal suspension in the most comfortable moment possible. The moment just after everything resolves, and just before anything new is required. Homer is asleep somewhere in this darkness. In his hospital bed or on the couch, the distinction matters less at this hour. He is dreaming the same dream either way. The family gathered, the house warm, the television on or off depending on the moment. The couch in its permanent position in the living room that has looked the same for 35 years because some rooms earn the right to remain exactly as they are. Marge is there. Bart is there. Lisa is there with her saxophone and her library books and her unfinished arguments with a world that is not yet worthy of her vision. Maggie is there, watching. She is always watching. But in the in-between, even Maggie's watching is gentle. Even the most intelligent presence in Springfield softens at this hour, lets the vigilance rest, allows the eyes to close or very nearly close. Trust that for the duration of the pause, nothing requires watching. The pause holds everything. Let it hold you too. This is what Springfield has always been offering. Beneath the theories and the mysteries and the buried storylines and the contaminated water and the immortal billionaire and the dreaming father. Beneath all of it, the offer has been consistent and simple. A place to rest. A place that does not change. A place where the family is always home and the light is always on, and you are always welcome to sit down and let the familiar music play and let the weight of wherever you have been today settle somewhere outside the yellow walls of the house on Evergreen Terrace. You are welcome here. You have always been welcome here. The in between is holding you now. Let it. Let the theories dissolve into the warmth they were pointing toward all along. Let the contamination become just the water. Let the coma become just the sleep. Let Burns's impossible age become just the way of things in a place that does not follow normal rules. Let the floating timeline become just the gift it always was. The world paused, waiting for you, exactly as you need it to be. Sleep is the in-between that lasts until morning. Springfield will be here when you surface. The family will be on the couch. The theme will be playing. The yellow house will still be yellow, and you will be welcome. You are always welcome. Good night.